He's the man trapped in a truck under a bridge for 6 days, and now cops are sharing body cam footage of the moment he was rescued.
Hard to believe, but there's a guy still alive in this wreckage after 6 days of pure hell. 27-year-old Matt Ream tells rescuers he can't move. They'll have to cut him out. The driver swerved to avoid a deer, careened off the highway, smashing into the riverbank. For the next 6 days, Ream survived by drinking rainwater. On the 6th day, a dad and his son-in-law looking for a fishing hole spotted the vehicle. They thought the driver had to be dead.
But he was alive, and he was very happy to see us.
First responders rushed to the crash site. Ream just posted this video displaying his positive outlook despite life-changing injuries.
I lost my leg. I have an above-the-knee amputation now. I've got an ankle that's broken. I've got a hand that's broken.
He also posted his reunion with the men who found him.
Mr. Ream says after a lot of physical therapy, he is now able to move around with a walker or a wheelchair.
A wild robbery caught on camera in southwest Atlanta, and tonight police releasing the video you're seeing right here, hoping it will help track down the trio behind it.
Atlanta police say the suspects used power tools to cut a hole in the roof of Atlanta check cashers. September 3rd inside Atlanta check cashers. An early morning drop-in. You see a suspect feet first come through the ceiling before falling to the floor, heading straight to the employee, ordering her to the ground. As a second suspect drops in with a pink duffel bag, take a look at the front door. A customer walks into the lobby, unaware, right into a robbery. However, police say the suspects order the employee to get the customer to leave. Once the coast is clear, the suspects walk the employee to a room filled with several safes. Seconds later, she opens one and you can see the stacks of cash. A suspect takes off the Adidas bag, moves the employee to the side of the safe before packing up more than $150,000. Police say what we don't see are the two suspects then taking the employee to a bathroom where they duct taped her. 9 minutes after dropping in through the ceiling, the suspects emerge in the back of the business, appearing to have a conversation about their ski mask. The guy on the right pulls his up before they walk out. Surprisingly, at the very same time, a woman just happened to be walking by. Police believe they had a third suspect working with them outside of that business.
A husband and his pregnant wife were rushing to a hospital emergency room, but were blocked by two parked police cars. So the panicked dad-to-be honked his horn, and that led to one ugly confrontation. This father-to-be was taking his pregnant wife to the hospital, but says he found two cop cars blocking the road near the entrance.
I honked just to let them know I was there.
One patrol car moves and Kevin Enciso drives around the other one. But an officer gets out, and that's when things really go downhill fast.
Sir, give me your license.
Can I have your sergeant?
Give me your license.
I've asked for your supervisor already.
Enciso explains why they're at the hospital.
She was in a car accident. She just wanted to be seen by her doctor at emergency room to make sure the baby is okay.
Then a fire rescue truck that the cop called in arrives, and the crew checks out the pregnant woman. Keep in mind, they're just steps from the emergency room.
After they checked on her, they saw her blood pressure was skyrocketing.
Finally, the mom-to-be and her husband are allowed to proceed. The Miami-Dade Police Department tells us they immediately initiated an internal affairs investigation.
Students across the country are posting images of what's on the menu at their schools in a new phenomenon called lunch shaming.
How is that milk? Cafeteria food has always been the butt of jokes, but this isn't funny.
Look at what they're giving us at lunch.
Students disgusted by what they're being served are taking their beef online.
Look at this. This is the main meal. It looks like puke and applesauce. Nasty.
In Paterson, New Jersey, parents are up in arms after images of moldy food and expired milk were shared online. Can you even tell what this is? Apparently, it's supposed to be a chicken cheesesteak sandwich.
It is disgusting. And I definitely would not feed that to my children. I'm not sure that I would feed it to my pet.
Before the pandemic, many schools used to make lunch in the cafeteria. Due to staffing shortages and budget issues, those days are gone. Now, lunch is prepared by outside vendors. Students in Woodbridge, New Jersey say the food is inedible.
He said he was innocent. But tonight, Freddie Owens put to death for the killing of a convenience store clerk in South Carolina, the first execution in the state in more than a decade. After years of appeals came up short, 46-year-old Freddie Owens making a last-minute plea for clemency this week. A mother of 3 who was shot in the head during a robbery of a speedway in 1997. Stephen Golden, 18 at the time of that shooting, now says he was high on drugs when police initially questioned him, and prosecutors offered him a deal to flip on Owens, adding, quote, "I was scared that I would get the death penalty if I didn't make a statement."
He did not want to see an innocent man die for something that he didn't do. Candidly, none of us should.
Yet the state Supreme Court rejected those arguments from Owens' defense team, finding that newly recanted testimony from Golden insufficient without knowing more about how and why he signed it now. The High Court also pointing to other evidence of Owens' guilt, including his multiple past confessions to killing Graves.
What are you doing? Only on 10, new video of a shocking and sickening sight on South Beach. A man caught on camera touching himself at a busy Starbucks. Witnesses say the lewd act went on for about 10 minutes.
The man in this video was arrested for lewd and lascivious behavior inside a Miami Beach Starbucks. What are you doing? A customer records the man inappropriately touching himself as employees who may not be aware continue calling for orders.
Get the out. It's disgusting. He puts his hand in his pants and there's still like 30 plus people, 20 plus people in this Starbucks. Everyone's witnessing it.
2 young women visiting Miami Beach say the man was focused on them inside and followed them outside the Starbucks.
Like, leave. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Can you stop?
What's wrong with you? We spoke to them. They say this went on for at least 15 minutes. This video shows police trying to take 27-year-old Blake Rain into custody.
Sit the
down! The police report says Rain ran from police. He's combative while police tase him. The suspect appeared in bond court. He says he's from New York. Rain was argumentative with the judge.
Ma'am, I'm going to caution you to cut out the display through the cameras. It's really not a good idea and probably not to your benefit.
The judge appalled by her actions. Police say 33-year-old Isabel Martinez stabbed 4 of her 5 children to death, along with her husband, 33-year-old Martin Romero, inside their Georgia home. Their 9-year-old daughter survived, but police say she's in the hospital with serious injuries.
Well, they were a very tight family. They were always together.
Neighbors believe Martinez may have sat in the house with the dead bodies for hours before calling 911. She's charged with 5 counts of murder, among other charges, all of which she wagged her finger to as the judge read them in court. Neighbors believe Martinez suffered from depression after losing her father a few months ago.
Wondering what could have driven a mother to murder her children.
I couldn't believe that. What had happened?
Took my better half away.
Now at 10, a San Antonio couple is convicted of a deadly dog attack, and tonight they are headed to prison.
Christian Moreno was handed an 18-year sentence. His wife, Abilene Schneider, was given 15 years. Their punishments come more than 1 year after their dogs attacked and killed an 81-year-old veteran.
Took my better half away.
A heartbroken widow faced the couple convicted of killing her husband through their negligence. Juanita Najera and her husband, Ramon Najera, were attacked by dogs that had broken free from their fence in February of 2023. The dogs' owners pleaded guilty and went straight to the punishment phase. A district judge sentenced Christian Moreno to 18 years in prison. His wife, Abilene Schneider, was sentenced to 15 years. The family's fight isn't over, though.
There's somebody that should be sitting right there next to you guys, and it should be the city.
Another e-scooter has plowed into someone, and this time it was deadly for a pedestrian in Los Angeles, and police are now looking for the female driver of the scooter who fled the scene.
Not again. A woman riding an e-scooter is speeding down the sidewalk. Suddenly, she crashes into a pedestrian. You can see the 65-year-old man fall to the ground, slamming his head on the concrete.
The man and his wife had just finished dinner at this restaurant in Los Angeles when he stepped onto the sidewalk. Out of nowhere, the e-scooter slammed right into him. The woman riding the e-scooter fled the scene.
Donnie Kim suffered a traumatic brain injury and died at the hospital. Now cops are on the hunt for the woman in the pink shirt. They're also looking for this guy riding right behind her. It's just the latest accident involving an electric scooter.
Injuries related to e-scooters and e-bikes have soared 23% annually. Critics say e-scooters like this are wreaking havoc on congested city streets and sidewalks across the nation.
Photos from P. Diddy's notorious white parties over the years are starting to resurface. Here's one in the year 2000 with his then girlfriend, Jennifer Lopez. And the Daily Mail just dropped an article that includes a video of P. Diddy on a balcony talking to his guests. He says, quote, "Kids have an hour left, then this thing turns into something that when you get older, this is something y'all gonna want to come to. So let's just start to get our groove on, put the kids away, it's all good." He started throwing these parties back in 1998, and the last official party took place in Los Angeles in 2009. They were attended by a ton of A-listers, including Leonardo DiCaprio, Mariah Carey, Tommy Lee. We all know last week P. Diddy was indicted and arrested on several federal charges, and in the indictment, it included allegations of Diddy throwing freak-off parties. Prosecutors will need solid evidence to prove to a jury that these freak-offs took place, including when they took place. So as this case unfolds, we will learn if they happened at the same time as these white parties, or any party for that matter.
Here it is again. First, the customer throws the water, then the coffee. But the barista isn't taking it lying down. Yep, she smashes his windshield with a hammer.
I was trying to de-escalate as much as I felt was appropriate for the situation.
I spoke to the barista, 23-year-old Emma Lee. She owns the Taste of Heaven Bikini coffee stand in Seattle. Typically, to draw customers, she wears a bikini. A customer has gotten out of his car, apparently because he's upset about being charged $20 for a coffee and a water. He wants $5 off. But the barista says no dice.
I have a hammer under the counter.
Why? Why do you do that?
For self-defense. In this particular business where women are alone, they are extra vulnerable, you need it.
Thank you. A guidance counselor at an Orthodox Jewish high school in West LA now has been charged with having an unlawful sexual relationship with a 16-year-old male student. Julie Tishon is charged with multiple counts, including 3 felony counts of unlawful sex with a minor.
Prosecutors allege the unlawful acts took place at the boys' division of Eula High School earlier this year.
What she did with that young man was wrong.
LAPD detective Brent Hopkins is referring to this woman, 37-year-old Julie Tishon, a former guidance counselor at Eula High School in West LA. Police arrested her last month for sexually assaulting a 16-year-old male student. The LA District Attorney's Office has charged Tishon with 3 felony counts of unlawful intercourse with a minor and 1 felony count of oral copulation of a person under 18.
This is a 37-year-old adult having sex with a child. And just because she's a woman and he's a boy doesn't make it any more permissible than it would be.
And you are concerned that there are other victims out there?
She's worked at the school for 4 years, and so we do have concerns that she could have done this with other people. Thankfully, the school's been very forthcoming and helpful.
Tishon faces a potential maximum 5 years in state prison if convicted as charged. She's due in court November 1st.
It's the piggyback photo that's sweeping the nation. An American hero carries an injured granny on his back down a mountain for 3 long hours.
To me, that was really a miracle.
It happened after 79-year-old Ursula Bannister climbed this mountain in Washington state. Despite her age, she makes the trek every year to pay her respects at the summit where her mom's ashes are spread. But Ursula fell and broke her leg in 3 places. She was in agony. That's when a total stranger stepped up and literally offered to carry her down the mountain on his back. U.S. Air Force Airman First Class Troy May was there with his fiancée and a friend. They put a splint on Ursula's shattered leg. You can see her wincing. Then, learning a rescue team was hours away, Troy carried Ursula 2 miles down the mountain.
We knew getting her down as quick as we could would save on the swelling tremendously.
It couldn't have been easy, though, Troy, to carry someone on your back for more than a mile and for hours.
It was definitely challenging, yeah.
Ursula now has 12 screws and a plate in her leg. She calls Troy her angel on a mountaintop.
Several inmates putting their unique skill set to good use. They jumped in to help free a 1-year-old who was locked inside an SUV.
This video shows inmates in their striped prison uniforms breaking into a car, but sheriff's deputies are standing nearby telling them, go right ahead.
The front door. The front door.
They aren't stealing a car. They're rescuing a baby, a 1-year-old girl who was accidentally locked inside an SUV. After the parents called authorities for help, the group of Florida work release inmates who were nearby offered their special skill set. The trustees are people who made mistakes. We're trying to rehabilitate them and get back in society. The child's mother posted the video over the weekend saying Dad accidentally locked his keys inside with the girl. So before resorting to smashing a window, the inmates gave them another option. A couple of them pried open the door just enough to slide a coat hanger inside and hit the unlock button.
Yes, thank God. Woo!
To the Middle East now, and a stunning escalation in Israel's fight against the Iran-backed terror group Hezbollah. But Iran's supreme leader is vowing that Nasrallah's death will not go unavenged.
Amid the staggering wreckage of Israel's devastating airstrikes, an outpouring of grief. As a small group of Hezbollah supporters gathered amid the jagged concrete and twisted metal to mourn a towering figure who was seemingly invincible. But Hassan Nasrallah ultimately was no match for Israel's military might or its breathtaking intelligence capabilities, as Israel somehow found and assassinated him at a time of sky-high tensions. The Lebanon-based Hezbollah, designated as a terrorist organization by the U.S., is backed by Iran, the most closely followed of any Arab leader. But to his enemies, he was a fierce foe of Israel, one who violently challenged Israeli and American interests across the region for decades. With him dead, the future of the group now hangs in the balance.
Now, it isn't immediately clear who will succeed Hassan Nasrallah, but President Biden has said his killing was a, quote, measure of justice, and that he wants to see ceasefires in both Gaza and Lebanon, Nancy.
We are continuing our coverage on the deadly plane crash out of North Carolina. It happened Saturday evening in the Outer Banks, claiming the lives of 5 people.
Lead investigator on this case, and he shared with us that this plane was on a multi-leg flight, most recently leaving from Dare County, a short distance. That's when they were supposed to come here and land at the Wright Brothers National Memorial's first flight airport. Instead, the plane crashed in a nearby wooded area, killing the 5 passengers, one of which was a child. A briefing was held by the National Transportation Safety Board, as they are the lead investigators into the crash. They've been investigating since noon. According to the NTSB, the plane caught fire post-crash. The Kill Devils Hills Fire Department, along with other local fire departments, responded to the scene and extinguished the fire. NTSB investigators say they still have a full investigation ahead, with no cause determined for the crash as of yet.
A preliminary report will be released in approximately 10 days, and a factual report will be released in approximately 9 to 12 months, with a probable cause being released shortly after that.
Again, the investigation remains ongoing. The identities of those 5 victims have not been released yet. The NTSB investigator says that will come from the medical examiner's office.
A menacing kidnapper flees down the street. In his arms, a toddler just snatched from a playground. But not so fast. It's big sister to the rescue. Look as the brave 8-year-old races after the kidnapper. She won't let him get away with her baby brother. And not far behind, her 10-year-old brother, also in hot pursuit. He's still got the baby stroller. Now the Wright kids, yep, their last name is actually Wright, are being credited with doing the right thing by thwarting the kidnapping of their little brother. It happened in the small town of Sprague, Washington. Population just 500. 8-year-old Delisha and 10-year-old Brendan were playing in a park near their babysitter's house. With them, baby brother Owen, who was just 22 months old. The kidnapper grabbed little Owen and took off. A surveillance camera outside a grocery store captured the frightening figure running down the street. He almost looks like Frankenstein. Delisha screamed her head off as she followed the real-life monster, drawing the attention of these teens.
When you kind of pick up, there's a girl running behind him. He's running down an alleyway with a kid. Things don't look right.
Kathleen Beatty, the personal safety expert known as the Safety Chick, says making a racket is exactly the thing to do in such an emergency. The kidnapper was so worried he put Owen down in a vacant lot before escaping. A little boy who now has two new heroes in his life, Big Sis and Big Brother.
A mom in court as a spectator is called up by the judge, who then berates her for wearing shorts and taking photos with her phone. The judge even ordered the mom be put in cuffs, and social media is divided over whether or not the judge was out of line.
It's an extraordinary scene in court.
Excuse me, the lady. Excuse me, you come forward.
A no-nonsense judge from Texas orders a spectator way in the back to step forward right now.
First of all, why are you in this court in shorts?
The woman is stunned. Yup, she's wearing shorts.
I'm sorry, I was just, I don't know. I've never really been in court.
All right, second of all, turn your phone over to the deputy. Do not close it. Deputy Laura, if you'll delete whatever photo she took, please. Who were you taking photos of?
Oh, I was just letting my daughter know my son was okay and that he...
No, my question is, who are you taking photos of?
She tells the judge she was taking photos of her son. Unfortunately, it reportedly happened just after Judge Stephanie Boyd of Criminal District Court in San Antonio told everyone no photos and turn off your cell phones.
If you put her in cuffs, since you want to be next to her son and put her in the box?
Yes, the mom is handcuffed and taken away. Reaction on social media is mixed.
Is this gonna last forever? Just stop it.
Did you know that the man that was rescuing people off of a mountain with his own helicopter was told by the fire chief that if he rescued any more people, he was going to be arrested? This man saw a post that people were stranded and starving and needed help. He had his own helicopter, used his own money, and he used to be a firefighter, used to be a police officer. He knew what he was doing. Him and his son went to take resources and supplies to people, and then were taking people back down the mountain to rescue them. When he landed to drop off one of the survivors, he had left his son with the survivor's husband to go back and get them, and the fire chief or assistant fire chief, he couldn't remember, told him that if he went back up that mountain that he would be arrested. He said, I'm going back to get my co-pilot, his son. He went back up the mountain, he got his son, and had to leave the husband. Had to leave him there. Separated the wife and the husband because he rescued the wife first. If you're stopping people from helping, especially in unprecedented times like this, Assistant Fire Chief Melton and Fire Chief Waycaster, you should not hold any position of power or anything of helping people, because clearly this is ego.
We have the tales of a federal lawsuit against the city of Elyria over a controversial police raid.
Yeah, the family of a baby who was injured during the raid is suing the city, its police chief, and several officers.
Well, Rustin, Lena, we know the baby spent 10 days in the ICU after that police raid.
Police search warrant, come to the door!
Shortly after, police raided this home where Courtney Price and her 17-month-old baby were staying, they realized they had the wrong home.
It's Wallen. It's a Wallen house.
But the door was knocked down by then, and the baby, who was inside using a respirator to help him breathe, inhaled smoke from the flashbang officers use. The baby spent 10 days in the ICU, according to a new federal lawsuit the family filed Thursday. This incident delayed what he and his mom moved here for, which was his heart surgery. And now, nearly 9 months to the date since this all happened, and almost 4 months since the Lorain County Sheriff's Office completed their investigation, concluding Elyria police followed procedures. The family is seeking justice. Attorneys representing the two sisters and the baby claim officers violated the family's civil rights.
You had no right to take her from me!
Christine Young tore into the man who committed an unspeakable act, murdering her daughter Ashley and then dismembering her body.
I cry 7 days a week! 7!
As the enraged mother spoke, a box containing her daughter's ashes sat on the table beside her.
This is what's left of my daughter. If I want a hug, I have to hug a box and close my eyes and pretend that she is hugging me back.
When Ashley first went missing, her mom was suspicious and contacted Ashley's friend, Jared Chance.
Ashley was already dead and dismembered when you text that to me.
Cops found Ashley's torso in the basement of Chance's home in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Prosecutors believe he used this power saw to dismember her. He has refused to reveal what happened to Ashley's head, hands, and feet, which are all still missing. The killer stood stone-faced as Christine Young unloaded on him, wearing a t-shirt reading, "Mom of Angel Ashley." Chance was sentenced to, get this, 200 years in prison. The judge said he should not be eligible for parole until he turned 130 years of age.
This was the terrifying scene inside a hospital, where police say a woman shot and killed her terminally ill husband, Jerry. It happened at Advent Health, Daytona Beach, Florida. The suspect, Ellen Gilland, had confined herself to his room and refused to put the gun down. Police seen in this body cam footage tried to get her to surrender. The standoff lasted about 4 hours.
Back up. We got time. We got nothing but time, guys.
Police evacuated staff and patients around the room, and the suspect was not a threat to anyone else, police say. Police say the couple planned the shooting 3 weeks earlier.
So initially, I think the plan was a murder-suicide, so she killed him and then she was going to turn the gun on herself, but decided she couldn't go through with it. So we were able to establish a dialogue with her. We used the distractionary device to get her to put that gun down long enough for us to hit her with less lethal and get her into custody.
Gilland was eventually taken out of the hospital in a wheelchair and handcuffs. She was arrested and charged with murder. She's being held on no bond.
Good. Well, so you know what I'm saying is true. All right.
A judge chuckles at a defendant in court.
It's not funny. My life is on the line here, Your Honor.
This was the contentious exchange between Judge Matthew Barrett and defendant, former Mesa County, Colorado clerk Tina Peters.
No, you're the one who's making this allegation that one,
it's not an allegation.
And two, that I know it's true. You're saying that as if I believe you, and I did not say that. Okay. That is why I made the sound, because it's insulting to me for you to just put that in a record in front of all of these people that I believe something to be true.
Okay, and I apologize for that.
A jury found Peters guilty of several charges, including attempting to influence a public servant during the 2020 presidential race.
Let's go of this! Go of this!
This is body cam video of her arrest in February of 2022. During the sentencing hearing, Peters cried, addressing the judge.
I'm not a criminal, and I don't deserve to go into a prison where other people have committed heinous crimes. The only crime that I did, and some people have said I'm not remorseful. Yes, I'm remorseful. Yes, sir.
She was sentenced to 9 years in prison.
A mayor of a city in Mexico was reportedly beheaded just days after taking office. Reports say 43-year-old Alejandro Arcos Catalan's body was found in his vehicle on Sunday, but his head was found on the hood of his car. The gruesome killing sent shockwaves through the region, where another politician had recently been killed. Arcos was reportedly less than a week into his job as mayor of the capital city, Chilpancingo, in the state of Guerrero. The governor confirmed his death, saying it filled Guerrero with sadness. She also vowed justice for those responsible. Guerrero is reportedly one of the poorest states in Mexico, where a violent turf war between drug cartels has been playing out on the streets, endangering many. Mourners flooded the streets of Chilpancingo to pay their respects at Arcos's funeral. His family released a statement on his public Facebook page asking for him to be remembered as a man of peace.
On the area's latest dog attack, and this one has turned deadly, unfortunately. This morning we have confirmed that a 1-year-old little boy has died after being attacked by 3 dogs.
Sadly, the 1-year-old was attacked by his babysitter's dogs and was in the ICU for hours before he succumbed to his injuries.
This all happened off Spruce Ridge Drive near Kitty Hawk on the northeast side early Monday morning. Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar saying that the 1-year-old Johnson was left with Heather Rodriguez and her 13-year-old daughter. Rodriguez left the home, leaving the infant with the teen. That's when one of the family's pit bulls forced its way into the bedroom and attacked the baby. The teen did try stopping the attack, even shielding the infant in the bathroom, then running to get a cell phone to call for some help. That's when the other dogs joined in on the attack, even turning on the 13-year-old as well. Now the dog's owner, Heather Rodriguez, will be facing charges. That's the mugshot you saw, including injury to a child with serious bodily injury by omission.
She seemed to be more concerned with what was going on with those dogs than with the fact that her inaction, her omissions, almost caused the death of a baby.
This is it for us, as scientists have spotted an angry biblical creature larger than a planet coming towards us from space, and they've been looking right at us. People were terrified after one man looked through his telescope to see an insanely bright light shining down, almost the size of our moon, radiating several different colors at once and even appearing like a cross or a bright being descending.
I can definitely see that it's changing colors, and I can see this even without looking at my camera.
This gets creepier as the Bible describes in Luke 21:25, the Star of Jacob appearing in the night for weeks after disasters and wars before life ends. And this is exactly what scientists say will happen with this star. And our time on Earth is ticking, with many people saying the end will come much sooner, as this comes right after scientists recorded haunting clips of the sky screaming and singing, and scientists cannot find a source for where this is coming from. Other realistic theories suggest there is definitely a reason, and the Star of Jacob in the Bible was never supposed to be taken literally.
There is growing outcry over the 110-year sentence given to a truck driver who killed 4 people when the brakes on his big rig failed. The judge says his hands were tied thanks to sentencing guidelines, but more than 4 million people have signed a petition saying that sentence has got to be changed.
This motorist is live streaming as he sits in slow-moving traffic. He doesn't know it, but tragedy is about to erupt.
We just cured anxiety.
Oh my God! The big rig that just sped past him crashes, triggering a fireball in which 4 people were killed. He's horrified by what he's witnessing, and now the truck driver, Rohel Aguilera Medeiros, is about to hear sentence pronounced.
I'm begging for forgiveness.
He says his brakes failed, but prosecutors say he passed a runaway truck ramp where he could have pulled off. Because of sentencing guidelines in Colorado, he was sentenced to 110 years. Now the sentence is triggering a tidal wave of sympathy for the trucker. More than 4.5 million people have signed an online petition demanding the governor grant clemency. The district attorney has also asked for the sentence to be reconsidered.
Some truck drivers are threatening to boycott Colorado. Meanwhile, the governor says he's been asked to commute the sentence.
It's difficult to watch. A teen mom drives up to the dumpster. In the back seat is her newborn, stuffed in a trash bag. Then you see her coldly tossing the baby boy right into the dumpster like garbage. She drives off, apparently not realizing every move she made was captured on surveillance camera. It's 36 degrees in Hobbs, New Mexico, but the story doesn't end there. Nightfall comes. That same surveillance camera captures a miracle. As 3 dumpster divers scavenge for goods, suddenly they hear what they think is a cat. They retrieve the garbage bag. Miraculously, the baby is alive. You see the woman taking charge, her maternal instincts kicking in. They call 911.
911, where's your emergency?
We just found a baby in the trash.
The woman in the video seen comforting the child is April Natal.
She could have took him to the hospital.
The teen mom was quickly tracked down. She is 18-year-old Alexia Avila and now faces attempted murder and child abuse charges. She reportedly delivered the baby earlier that day in the bathroom at home.
In the Menendez brothers case, family members are pushing for their release before Thanksgiving as the Los Angeles DA considers recommending them for resentencing in the 1989 murders of their parents.
It's a remarkable gathering, actually. It's the Menendez brothers, family and loved ones, doubling down on their first real glimmer of hope for freedom in 35 years after being sentenced to life in prison without parole.
This morning, the family of the Menendez brothers, the duo who shot and killed their parents inside their Beverly Hills home and skyrocketed to infamy, are renewing their push for the brothers' freedom.
Too much punishment. They were punished just by being with that man.
Nearly 24 relatives set to gather in Los Angeles tomorrow, putting pressure on the district attorney to officially recommend resentencing in their case. Lyle and Eric Menendez, who were 21 and 18 at the time of the murders, say they suffered from years of abuse at the hands of their father and feared for their own lives. In a stunning announcement earlier this month, LA County DA George Gascon saying his office is reevaluating the murder case in light of new evidence.
If a defendant is resentenced and their sentence is changed from their original conviction, it's going to be up to the judge.
We begin with another controversial arrest. This time it's a 73-year-old woman with dementia who was shoved to the ground and cuffed.
It's heartbreaking video. A 73-year-old woman with dementia is pushed to the ground and arrested. She weighs just 80 pounds and she's injured.
She didn't understand what was going on.
Alyssa Schwartz told CBS this morning that her mother suffered severe injuries from that violent police encounter. She was accused of trying to shoplift $14 worth of items from a Walmart in Loveland, Colorado. Store security says once they confronted her, she returned the items. And police seem to be determined to arrest her.
I'm going home.
Right now you're resisting, which is not going to fly with me.
Her family says the woman's dementia impairs her ability to understand. Another officer comes to assist. The elderly woman is pushed hard against the cop car. The family says she suffered a dislocated shoulder and broken arm. They also allege she was kept in a jail cell for 6 hours with no medical attention. That led to the discovery of this video at the station house, showing police watching the arrest video and mocking the woman. 3 police officers have resigned, and a sergeant is on administrative leave.
NYPD's had the boot on this tow truck for almost 2 weeks, preventing Jose Rodriguez, pictured here, from doing his job. Ironically, his boss says he got the boot because he was doing his job. Finest Towing was alerted that a bank wanted this car on Richmond Terrace for repossession. Rodriguez hooked it up for a tow and abruptly found out the driver is a detective at the 120th precinct across the street. Rodriguez's manager, Caroline DeStefano, had just authorized the tow.
So then he was surrounded by a couple of off-duty cops, and then they called over other cops, and he got arrested for having a stolen car when we had a repossession order for it.
But allegedly, police took the car off the tow truck themselves and put Rodriguez in jail for about a day. DeStefano says the officers confiscated the truck's cameras, but this photo of an officer dismantling a recording device was automatically uploaded to a storage cloud.
Rodriguez says when he was first arrested, he was charged with a felony for possession of stolen property. But then when he appeared in court, his charges were changed to misdemeanors.
The Staten Island district attorney charges Rodriguez's truck did not display its license plate properly, and he did not have a New York City towing license.
And in just the last hour, Missouri executed a death row inmate named Marcellus Williams by lethal injection. Now, Williams was put to death over the 1998 murder of newspaper reporter Felicia Gale, and the execution coming hours after the U.S. Supreme Court denied a stay of execution, just a day after the state's governor and the Supreme Court both denied clemency to Williams as well. And all this after a prosecutor from the original trial said Williams was innocent, claiming no evidence actually tied him to the crime. Williams' execution was one of 5 scheduled in the course of a week across the country.
The third in Missouri this year, the 100th execution in the state since executions were reinstated back in 1989. 5, by the way, in this week alone across the country. We're talking about Missouri, in which Mr. Williams was executed just a couple of hours ago by lethal injection. Alabama as well, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Texas. I will say, though, the argument that was being made by Mr. Williams' attorneys to the Supreme Court to, in fact, stay this execution was waiting to a decision of possible error in Mr. Williams' case, hence why we are here today. Mr. Williams losing his life to execution by lethal injection just a couple of hours ago amidst a huge week of executions happening, Gotti, across this country.
Shocked and humiliated. That's how a Bay Area veteran is feeling tonight after being kicked off a Delta flight at SFO because of a T-shirt she was wearing.
Catherine Banks tells us she was flying out of SFO on Wednesday night when a flight attendant told her the shirt she was wearing was threatening. This is the shirt that Catherine Banks says got her removed from her Delta flight. Passengers had boarded, and she was sitting in her extra legroom seat when a flight attendant approached her.
A male flight attendant was saying, ma'am. And I was looking around like, who's he talking to? And it was me. And he said, you need to get off the plane. And I was like, what did I do?
Catherine says it wasn't until she got off the plane and onto the jet bridge that he told her why.
He said, that shirt you're wearing is threatening. That shirt you're wearing, the only way you're going to get back on the plane if you take it off right now.
But she wasn't wearing a bra.
I turned around, and so he couldn't see the front of me, and took the shirt off and put the sweatshirt on.
She tells us she was allowed back on the plane, but not allowed to sit in the extra legroom seat she paid extra for. Instead, she was told to sit in the back of the plane. The flight was delayed, and she missed her connecting flight.
And that T-shirt, I should be allowed to support myself and veterans traumatized.
The first step for tragedy unfolding as a baby is accidentally shot and killed in the back of a car. It happened this afternoon in the parking lot of the Audie L. Murphy Memorial Veterans Hospital in the medical center. KENS 5's Meredith Haas is live.
We just learned from Chief McManus that 2 toddlers were in that car with that baby when one of the toddlers found a loaded gun and accidentally shot and killed that baby. Now, I want to show you the video we got from earlier. That is the silver SUV you see on your screen. It is where McManus says the 2- and 3-year-olds, along with a woman and baby, were sitting, waiting for some kind of appointment at the VA. Now, police say one of the toddlers got a hold of a long gun and fired. The baby, who is between 10 and 11 months old, died. Right now, the chief says it's unknown who owns the gun. This is being treated as a tragic accident at this time. And right now, for the time being, police said that there are no charges pending in connection to this shooting.
Police surveillance shows a 29-year-old inmate, Justin Avery, crawling into the women's section to SA her while in custody. The video shows Avery crawling on the ground, then sneaking like a spider through the isolation devices in the prison area before lying down on the woman's side, groping her, and then pulling down her pants. However, this action was noticed by another female inmate who yelled at Avery in an attempt to stop Avery's unlawful behavior. Upon hearing the female inmate's voice, Justin Avery shook her off. The sound of the female inmate's warning drew the attention of others on the scene, and prison staff quickly arrived to control Avery and remove him from the female inmate area. Justin Avery, who was originally detained for allegedly SA5 women near Arizona State University's Tempe campus, is now allegedly facing serious charges again. The incident has sparked a great deal of concern in the local community about prison management, with many calling for tighter prison supervision and security measures. Do you think the prison guards should be held accountable for his behavior?
Parker was in the shower when the bulldozer barged into his house.
It basically felt like an earthquake. I mean, the whole house was just shaking for a good 20-25 seconds.
When the shaking stopped,
got my towel on, ran, looked out the front door, and all I see is a dozer, big bulldozer, tearing up my yard and went through the house. Flagged the guy to stop, jumped in front, basically about to yank him out. If I wasn't here, I probably would say half of the house would have been gone.
The bulldozer was supposed to be doing work at this site at the corner of the cul-de-sac. Police tell me they have no idea why the driver left this lot, but you can see the marks his equipment made in the road leading all the way up to the home at the end of the cul-de-sac. So as workers spent the afternoon trying to wrap the hole in plywood, Parker was still trying to wrap his mind around what happened.
It's just crazy. It's literally like you're in a dream.
As for how much the damage will cost,
And I couldn't give you a figure. I just say it's going to be a lot of money.
Parker says he has lots to be thankful for, too.
Luckily, the kids weren't home, so they're not shaken up. Luckily, nobody was hurt.
An eldest child was told to check his attitude after crying when his parents announced they were pregnant with their 8th child. The 16-year-old admitted in a Reddit post that his family struggles financially, especially with all of the expenses related to such a large family, and they live in a small, cramped house. His parents don't have great jobs and they receive government assistance, but it doesn't go very far because his parents are not good at budgeting. And this teen has felt the burden of his family, consistently babysits his younger siblings and takes care of most of the household responsibilities. It's when a child takes on adult responsibilities or a parental role that is inappropriate for their developmental stage, and it can have negative effects that last a lifetime. His parents swore they were done after their 7th child was born, and this teen was optimistic that he could start thinking about a future for himself. And then came the announcement of baby number 8, the teen's tears over it, and his parents' anger at him. This teen feels like his family, instead of being a blessing, is a weight he must carry and a burden. But that burden should not fall on the eldest child. At his age, he shouldn't be worried about whether his family can afford groceries or be responsible for his siblings. Instead of scolding their son, his parents should have some empathy as their decisions are directly impacting his life.
The mom who gave birth on a plane now finds herself in an international firestorm. She's reportedly been deported, but her baby girl remains on American soil. The video of the baby's birth touched hearts around the world. The young woman was a passenger on a China Airlines flight from Taiwan to Los Angeles, but the mother, identified only as Jean, has reportedly been denied entry to the U.S. She is now back in Taiwan, leaving many wondering who is caring for the 2-week-old baby.
A mother should be with her newborn baby, however it shakes out. It doesn't make any sense.
Now the story has taken yet another twist. When the woman boarded the plane, she allegedly concealed the fact she was so far along in her pregnancy. The reason? She wanted the baby born in the U.S., automatically making the child a U.S. citizen. As flight attendants helped the woman prepare for the birth, she reportedly kept asking, "Are we in U.S. airspace yet?"
He said it's very common for foreign women to come and try to give birth in America.
One former flight attendant went on Facebook and wrote, "Don't give this woman any sympathy." She also addressed the mom. "You took the schedules of a plane full of people as a joke, all because of your child's American passport."
Fort Worth Catholic Diocese has announced a group of Arlington nuns have been dismissed now from Catholic religious life.
The Catholic Bishop of Fort Worth is sharing this new information on the diocese website. He says he's continuing to pray for all involved. For more than a year, the Carmelite nuns have been in an ongoing dispute with the Catholic Bishop of Fort Worth. It began when Bishop Michael Olson investigated a report that the Reverend Mother Teresa Agnes Gerlach broke her chastity vows with a priest from outside the diocese. He found her guilty, dismissing her from the monastery, but the Vatican overturned this. Now, in a shared letter online, Olson says the Vatican-appointed authority over the nuns has requested he post her statement, dismissing all the Arlington nuns from Catholic religious life. Recently, the nuns transferred ownership of their expansive wooded monastery to a new foundation made up of supporters and benefactors who stand with the nuns. Bishop Olson writing today, "I repeat that the Diocese of Fort Worth makes no claim and has never made a claim to the property and assets." The nuns have also announced their association with the Society of St. Pius X. Now Olson is continuing to urge Catholics to not attend Mass or other services at the monastery.
A woman pepper sprayed her Muslim Uber driver because he started praying in Arabic at a stoplight.
Dashcam video shows him being pepper sprayed by a passenger just as the light turned green last Wednesday on Lexington Avenue near 65th Street. He unbuckled himself and jumped out, but the car was still moving, so he hopped back in. The woman continues to spray him as eventually he puts the car in park.
Unsurprisingly, many mass media outlets have not said a word about this. The woman in that video was 23-year-old Jennifer Gilbo. Her friend asked her why she assaulted him, and she said because he's brown. Jennifer has now been indicted on 1 count each of 2nd and 3rd degree hate crime assault and 2nd degree aggravated harassment. She pled not guilty to all of the charges and has since been released, but if convicted could face up to 15 years. The driver, Shahel Mahmoud's vision was impaired to the point where he wasn't able to drive for about 2 months after this happened. He also sustained psychological neck, shoulder, and back injuries. He also said he's very financially hurt from this because he's the only one making money for his family back in Bangladesh, and since then he's been driving less hours out of fear for his safety.
He was known for defying gravity. Solo jumps from cliffs, no rope, no tether, just a wingsuit and a small parachute for landing. Daredevil Dean Potter got a thrill from extreme sports, but he jumped for the last time on Saturday. His body and that of his climbing partner, Graham Hunt, were found Sunday by a helicopter search team in Yosemite National Park. Authorities say the two attempted a jump in wingsuits from Taft Point, a 2,300-meter-high scenic overhang. They were found at different points in the valley below after friends reported them missing a day earlier. Potter and Hunt were doing what's known as base jumping, where a jumper flies from a fixed structure or cliff.
There are people who will find it irresponsible and insane.
Potter will mostly be remembered not so much for his solo jumps, but for jumps he took with his best friend. He appeared on CNN last year after a video of him jumping with his dog Whisper went viral. I've been climbing and wingsuit flying and tightrope walking for the last 27 years, and I always like to bring a dog and my best friend with me. Dean Potter was 43. Graham Hunt was 29.
It's a very scary start to Halloween for this little girl. She's locked inside her parents' Tesla in her Tinkerbell costume.
Family says a little girl dressed up as Tinkerbell was trapped for 2 whole hours on Halloween.
Can't get in the car show's unlocked. My child is stuck inside.
Little Salem got all dressed up for her daycare's Halloween parade. Mom Dakota Knox, who was also dressed for Halloween, says she strapped her toddler into her car seat and shut the door. But when her husband tried to open the door, she says the entire car was locked.
I immediately went into panic mode.
Turns out the 12-volt battery that controls door locks was dead, even though she says they'd recently replaced it. They tried to jump-start the battery, but that didn't work.
Nothing. It's okay, baby. We're coming. It's okay.
She messaged Tesla. Emergency.
She's stuck in her car seat, trapped.
Fortunately, Tampa police came to the rescue.
Baby, you're okay. You're okay.
So they found the woman that was responsible for reporting Peanut the squirrel and Fred the raccoon, which resulted in them being taken from their home and then euthanized. Her name is Monica Kessler and she's from Texas, and she bragged about reporting Peanut and Fred. And since then, she has deleted her accounts. She deleted all of her social media accounts because everybody's extremely upset about this wrongful euthanasia. And for those of you that don't know, Peanut the squirrel was a beloved squirrel on social media with millions of followers who was taken from his home on Wednesday. He was raised by this family as a baby and then taken from his home because of a complaint by this woman. Both Peanut and Fred the raccoon were euthanized. But the thing that's crazy about it is she's a photographer that's a conservationist. A lot of what she does is film nature, but had no problem ruining this squirrel and raccoon's lives and the life of many other rescue animals. Because Peanut and Fred were bringing in a lot of money that was helping a lot of rescue animals. This is part of the reason why everybody's upset.
Royalty is used to pomp and circumstance, but crowds in Paiporta told Spain's king and queen to get out. Queen Letizia and King Felipe visited the devastated Valencia region after flash floods ravaged the area. The residents here are grieving and angry. Massive flooding has killed at least 217 people. The royal appearance seemed to do little to bring comfort or goodwill to people in a town where authorities are still looking for victims' bodies inside houses and cars. The Queen spoke to people with streaks on her face and hands after protesters threw mud at her. Some areas received more than a year's worth of rainfall in just 8 hours. Spain has been in drought conditions for the last 2 years, so the ground was unable to hold the rapid torrent of water. Scientists warn more of this dangerous, unpredictable weather will arise as the ongoing effects of human-caused climate change. Spain's prime minister has deployed 10,000 troops to help with recovery and cleanup.
Wow, this is really heating up with Peanut. The New York State Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, has finally paid the price for their actions. They kept saying they didn't euthanize Peanut and were still investigating. But in reality, they secretly euthanized the squirrel and raccoon to avoid public backlash. Here's what happened. The New York State Police confirmed that the EPA reported 12 bomb threats. The Public Information Director, Bob Duffy, confirmed that these threats came from offices in Allegheny, Bath, Buffalo, Cortlandville, Elmira, New Paltz, NYC, Scarsdale, Stamford, Stony Brook, Syracuse, and Troy. Duffy said all the threats were deemed unfounded, and investigations are ongoing. In the 2 incidents reported on Tuesday morning, the first one was sent to the State Department office in Bath on November 3rd. The second one went to the department office in New Paltz on November 4th. In both cases, thorough searches of the buildings turned up nothing. Investigations into these threats are still ongoing. I think EPA is going to have to apologize sooner or later, but we'll see how they do it. Use now squirrel, #peanut, or Environmental Protection Agency in your comments. Share your thoughts.
Woman has a warning for beachgoers after a trip to Pismo Beach ended with a fine of nearly $90,000.
And my kids were picking, or they thought they were collecting seashells, but they actually collected clams, 72 to be exact.
You can see the rows of clams her children collected, but they learned an expensive lesson. Clamming has regulations. She got a ticket on the spot and later received notice she would have to pay just over $88,000.
It was just really sad. It made me really sad and depressed, and it kind of ruined our trip.
Lieutenant Matthew Gill with the Department of Fish and Wildlife says the rules are in place to protect the species of shellfish.
The reason we have these regulations is because we have to let them get to 4.5 inches so they can spawn, so they can have offspring every year.
Lieutenant Gill adding it's important to educate yourself and your children before going ashore.
If you have a dead sand dollar, a dead animal or something like that, or you have a broken seashell, that's fine. Pismo clams, what you're going to see is both shells will be intact together.
And if you can't take them apart very easily, it's a clam. A difference Russ's kids are now aware of.
They know now at the beach, don't touch anything.
The mayor just announced that the city will no longer issue vouchers to migrants to pay for food, ending a controversial program that had repeatedly come under attack by conservatives and others.
But now its absence may raise even more questions. The so-called Immediate Response Cards pilot program was designed to help feed migrant families who'd found themselves in New York with no way to afford food. The one-year contract provided what the city described as culturally relevant food to 2,600 migrant families, allowing them to basically buy what they wanted. A family of 4 with two kids under 5 got about $350 per week to cover food in a program the city said would actually save taxpayers millions a year. It also reduced food waste. For more than a year, the city was groaning under the weight of more than 200,000 asylum seekers. Officials say the migrant population has actually reduced lately. In fact, a massive shelter on Roosevelt Island is in the process of closing. In the meantime, Mayor Adams spoke on the phone yesterday with President-elect Donald Trump, who had vowed during his campaign to mass deport migrants.
A woman who went on social media criticizing a young Starbucks barista for refusing to serve her because she wasn't wearing a mask is now planning to sue. That barista received $100,000 in donations from strangers. The woman now wants part of that money.
And I wanted to bring awareness about the discrimination.
Amber Gillis says she posted this photo of barista Lennon Gutierrez after he asked her to wear a mask at Starbucks. The caption reads, "Meet Lennon from Starbucks who refused to serve me because I'm not wearing a mask. Next time I will wait for cops and bring a medical exemption." That post exploded online. Then a GoFundMe for tip money for the barista surpassed $100,000. Gillis says she has medical problems, but also says masks are not effective. She did share 2 pieces of paperwork to show what she called calls a medical exemption. She says her post about the experience is a First Amendment right.
It was discrimination, and everybody's okay with it and enabling and rewarding that kind of behavior.
And she says she wants half of the more than $100,000 donated, which was given to the barista in cash last week. She says the lawyers she's spoken to about taking her case are expensive and she can't afford one yet, so she started her own GoFundMe to raise money for herself. When asked if she has any apology or message to the public,
No, absolutely not. I feel like I need the apology. I've been discriminated against. I'm the one who's sick.
Well, back, a Sacramento mom says a tow driver dropped her truck.
When the company refused to cover her estimate to fix it.
She needed a tow home after the starter failed and the truck got to her house, but that's where things went south. As the tow truck backs into Brandy Tudor's driveway, watch her 2004 Dodge Ram roll right off, slamming the bumper into the driveway, the bottom hitting the edge of the flatbed. Golden State Towing Company admits to us it damaged the bumper and offered her $1,500, but she has estimates ranging from $5,500 to more than $13,000, claiming damage to everything from the bumper and oil pan to the frame, suspension, shocks, and alignment.
They're acting like we're trying to get a free truck out of them, and we don't want a free truck. We just want our truck the way it was before they towed it.
AAA, which sent out that company, says it is not liable for damage third-party contractors cause, but it will get involved if there's a dispute. AAA confirmed the damage with an estimate from a AAA repair shop, agreeing to cover the $13,000 in repairs. But some parts for her truck are no longer available. AAA then agreed to cut her a $13,000 check. She turned it down, saying it'll cost $20,000 to replace the truck.
A battle between a man and his homeowners association could lead to foreclosure, and it centers around this old truck.
Andy Lipka loves classic cars. His Ford F-250 pickup truck runs like a top. In his opinion, it's pretty close to perfect. His homeowners association hates it. So much so, they are suing Lipka. The bylaws state vehicles with moderately severe body damage can't be parked in the driveway. But Lipka says this isn't body damage.
It's the original Ford paint from 1965.
When it comes to the Woodfield Homes Association in Chesterfield, he parks in his driveway because his garage houses 2 other vehicles. He's been assessed nearly $3,000 in fines, and he's facing a very serious threat.
The lawsuit also implicates my house. They want to foreclose on my house.
You heard that correctly. If the fines aren't paid, the HOA will seek foreclosure. Lipka has filed a countersuit. This battle is now headed for a courtroom. If a judge decides in Lipka's favor, the fines and associated threat of foreclosure will go away.
Today, the City Council passed a bill to shift the dreaded broker fees to find an apartment from the renter to the landlord. But some say it could be a case of be careful of what you ask for.
It is veto-proof at that number, which is important because the mayor, who worked in real estate at one point, was worried. He said that this is going to be bad for tenants. It will raise rents. But those people who are for this say that would still be better.
These broker fees have got to go!
City council members say they are sick of seeing that the average price to move into a New York City apartment is $10,000.
The FAIR Act, which stands for the Fairness in Apartment Rental Expenses Act.
This could be a game changer for most New Yorkers because 70% rent. And so many people are stuck where they live because they can't afford the broker fee to move. But there are huge warning flags from the real estate market.
The unintended latent consequence of this is the largest rent increase in the history of the city of New York.
But renters who are excited about the FAIR Act say, fine, spread it out, even if it means higher rents. Is this really going to be a huge relief?
The home of a 102-year-old man targeted by vandals.
But then the city of Oakland cited the man who uses a wheelchair because of the graffiti.
Wheelchair-bound, Oakland-born, 102 years old, Victor Silva Sr. often finds graffiti painted onto his back fence of his Oakland home where he's lived and paid taxes for 80 years. Earlier this month, he got a violation citation from the city of Oakland to remove it by Tuesday the 19th or face an $1,100 fine plus an additional $1,277 for each failed reinspection.
It was so absurd, it's like a joke.
I've been 103 2 months or so.
kind of slow it up a little bit, you know.
These days, that task falls to his 70-year-old son, Victor Jr. The family owns a nearby small commercial building which has been broken into 3 times in the last year. On one occasion, Victor Jr. found a person inside. In each case, he called 911.
They can't answer 911, but they can come out and hassle you about a fence.
The city inspector called me back and said he will do an immediate inspection and presumably cancel the citation.
A U.S. Navy sailor trying to fly to L.A. says a gate agent wouldn't let him board his flight unless he paid her off.
Tonight, Frontier Airlines says it's investigating his claims of an alleged shakedown.
Says he was in Atlanta visiting family and heading back to his Navy base just outside of L.A. It's a flight he's taken many times before on different airlines, but he says he's never experienced what he says happened just a few days ago.
I was like, man, this is crazy.
DeMonte Roach says he was waiting to board his flight to LAX from Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport on Veterans Day when he says his flight got delayed at the gate.
So I went to grab a bite, to eat. And then once I came back, the lady closed the door. And I was like, hey, miss, how you doing? This is my flight or whatnot. She was like, well, you're late.
Roach denies he was late. He claims the agent told him if he wanted to get on, he'd have to send her $50 to her personal Money App account. He says he was able to board after pretending he was going to pay up. Roach claims another agent said the price was usually $150, but since he was military, they would only charge $50.
Imagine for a second, you go to check your bank account one day and then all of a sudden see an unexpected deposit for $37 million.
A couple of days ago, Ruth Balloon was finishing up her shift at Roma Boots in Dallas where she works. She says she was having a good day. Then things got a little better when she decided to look at her bank account. Ruth's account somehow had an extra $37 million in it. She says her first thought was to take a breath and then tell her husband about it. He then called their bank, Legacy Texas, to ask about the deposit that just seemed too good to be true. Ruth says they were advised it was a clerical error. The bank apologized and took their money back.
I was a millionaire. I have a screenshot of it.
She says there was no way she was going to keep the money knowing it wasn't hers. But now she's hoping maybe the bank will gift her some kind of a finder's fee.
Thank you. Reward would be a little bit good,
While the millions may have only been around for a day and a half, it was certainly enough time for her to think about what to do with so much dough.
I think in reality, you're never going to go wrong doing the right thing, and that's probably the way most people. But how would you even begin to try and hide 37?
As the server seen in this video, fired after receiving a generous tip and a conflict over sharing it. She was told she could not keep her share of the tip.
I was to give my cash over to my shift manager to be taken, and then that I was going to be taking home 20%.
Brandt says she told the group of diners that she would have to split the tip with the entire staff. Wise then asked the restaurant for the money back to give it to her specifically. Brandt says this is why she was fired several days later.
It was devastating.
But the restaurant owners dispute this.
The employee terminated was not terminated for retaining the tip received that evening.
Wise said he had called ahead to make sure the restaurant did not pull tips, which is common industry practice.
They did not call ahead and ask of our tipping policy, nor did they email and ask about our tipping policy. But because of the guest's request, we honored it and just handed it out to the servers that they had.
I think it's incredibly unfortunate, and especially this close to the holidays. We're going to try to help her raise enough money to get through the next couple of months.
This man was driving a loaner car while his own car was in the shop when he was pulled over. And within minutes, he was terrified that he was going to be shot by officers.
Cops pull over a vehicle, and it's about to get really intense.
Driver, this is Orange County Sheriff's Department. You're considered armed and dangerous. Do exactly as I say, or you could be shot.
The officer believes the driver has stolen the Kia SUV.
The top collar of your shirt and pull it up. Pull it up so I can see your waistband.
With his shirt covering his head, the man manages to walk backwards. He has no idea why he's been pulled over.
Keep walking, keep walking.
Cops armed with assault rifles then converge on the vehicle.
It was terrifying. I thought I was going to die. I thought I was going to get shot.
It turns out it was a horrible mistake. The car Jamie was driving had been reported stolen by this Kia dealership in Orange County, California, but the car hadn't been stolen at all. While Jamie Rogers was being detained, his wife Natalie says the dealership called her to let her know about the mix-up. They say the dealership told them that their loaner agreement had been misplaced and that's why they reported the car stolen.
So where was the loaner agreement? It had reportedly fallen behind a file cabinet. The couple's now suing the dealership, which denies their allegations.
You don't need a penny for this guy's thoughts. He's paying a speeding ticket with 22,000 pennies.
I felt good to kind of stick it to the man.
Brett Sanders is angry because he got a ticket for going 39 in a 30-mile-per-hour zone in his neighborhood outside Dallas. He challenged the ticket in court, but a jury found him guilty. He made this YouTube video showing how he fought back, and it's now gone viral with over 1 million views.
I decided to not only pay with pennies to clog the system.
Brett got the 22,000 pennies from 2 local banks. He broke up the rolls of pennies with a hammer, then put them in 2 buckets marked extortion money and went to the municipal clerk's office.
I'll be right back.
He then lugged the heavy buckets inside, where he dumped them right on the counter in front of the shocked clerk. Some folks think what Brett did was way out of line. All you did was punish the poor clerk who would have to count all that, goes one social media comment. After paying his ticket, Brett got this phone message from the clerk's office.
You actually have change coming back to you. I was calling to see when you wanted to pick up your change.
They owe me $7.81, and I told them they can just go ahead and keep that.
Filled with controversy for the San Jose State University women's volleyball program over a transgender teammate. The issue has garnered national attention.
Just last week, a class action lawsuit was filed against the university and the NCAA, calling for transgender women to be banned from college sports.
Brooke Slusser, a co-captain on the San Jose State women's volleyball team, is in her senior year. The Spartans' season has been overshadowed by controversy surrounding a transgender teammate who Slusser says she once lived with and called a friend. But Slusser says the two have never had a conversation about her teammate being transgender. Instead, she referred to it as the elephant in the room and says the university told her and other teammates not to bring it up. In a class action lawsuit filed last week, Slusser claims her rights and safety have been jeopardized by sharing a court with her transgender teammate.
The height that the person can jump is so much higher, and honestly higher for a man.
But nonetheless, Slusser claims safety is one of her top concerns. Bumps, bruises, and minor injuries are common in Division I volleyball, as is practicing against men. Sid Ziegler, a co-founder of Outsports.com, an LGBTQ-focused publication, says it's a discussion that needs to be had. KTVU reached out to San Jose State University. They said they're unable to comment due to student privacy laws.
Take your kid! What are you doing? Come on!
With the clock ticking, a hero rushes to save 2 small children and 2 women from this burning car. Even from a distance, all you can do is hold your breath. They make it out okay. The frantic moments all caught on camera by a photographer with the Monterey Herald in California.
Get in the car! Come here! Your car's on fire!
The car started smoking while the highway patrol officer happened to be driving behind it.
You need to be opening the door, you need to get out. These kids are sitting in the back seat with smoke. It needs to be faster.
Relatives of the family say the women were scared and shocked, which is why they appeared slow to get out of their fiery car. Both the kids and adults were treated on scene and are now recovering at home. A brave rescue to save these little ones from something truly terrifying.
New at 10, this Belleville home is an eyesore, according to a lawsuit filed by the Neighborhood Homeowners Association.
It's over the placement of solar panels. Fox Files investigator Chris Hayes found there's an Illinois law that's supposed to protect homeowners in cases like these.
Here's a view of those solar panels from the street, the focus of a lawsuit brought by the Orchards Homeowners Association of Belleville.
We wanted to reduce our carbon footprint and take care of help the environment as much as possible.
They had solar panels professionally installed October 2020, despite HOA rules that say they can only be in the back. They wanted maximum efficiency, and they and their attorney believe they were protected by an Illinois law.
It's called the Homeowners Energy Policy Statement Act. In this instance, they insisted that they would be able to enforce their policy.
Wallace said he told the HOA to stop spending his dues on attorney's fees to go after people doing the right thing.
We're all for the whole renewable energy thing.
The HOA would not comment to Fox 2, citing ongoing litigation. A bill awaiting Governor J.B. Pritzker's signature could bring a victory for the Bostlers, as it would strengthen homeowners' rights to get solar panels.
It's one thing to get a soda from a vending machine, but a condom?
I think it's kind of strange, to be honest.
How about a free condom machine in a jail? In the next 5 years, you can expect to see more machines like these distributing condoms in California state prisons.
It's an important public health intervention.
Free condoms for California prisoners. An intervention new to the state, but not new in San Francisco. Free condoms were handed out to inmates as early as the 80s.
At that time already, lots of people dying of AIDS, and particularly in the sheriff's department, several deputies had died. It had just been devastating.
In fact, state officials reached out to San Francisco's program as a model for the rest of California.
The prevalence of HIV and AIDS and hepatitis and STDs is higher in county jails, but we have contained it for some years, and we are starting to see the population go down.
Sheriff Ross Mercury says this new law should have happened years ago.
For California, it's long overdue.
It happened again. A family booted off an overbooked flight to make room for other passengers.
What are we supposed to do once we're off this plane?
And get this, a flight attendant actually said their kids would be taken away if they didn't surrender their seats.
So yeah, that's fine. Federal offense, and then you and your wife will be in jail and your kids will be...
It happened on board a Delta Airlines flight from Hawaii to Los Angeles. Brian Shear and his wife Brittany were returning from vacation with their infant son and daughter when they were told to give up one of the seats. Brian had actually bought a seat for his teenage son. The teenager took an earlier flight. The family used that seat for their 2-year-old. Apparently, that switch gave the airline an excuse to take the seat back and give it to a standby passenger. A flight attendant actually suggested they take their infant son out of his car seat and sit on mom or dad's lap for the duration of the flight. It was midnight, and the family was stranded.
I got 2 infants and my wife who have nowhere to stay. There's no more flights. What are we supposed to do, sleep in the airport? No.
At this point, you guys are on your own.
Yep, she actually said, you guys are on your own.
And as we're leaving the plane, there's 4 or 5 passengers there waiting for our seat. The bottom line is they oversold the flight.
I don't understand why I have to get off this plane. What did I had to use the restroom.
Another airline is under fire, this time for throwing a passenger off a flight because he used the bathroom.
It was an emergency, and I was very clear about communicating that.
It happened on a Delta flight from Atlanta to Milwaukee that was delayed for 30 minutes on the tarmac. When the passenger asked a flight attendant if he could use the bathroom, she said no. But finally, he couldn't hold it anymore and made a quick dash to the restroom to relieve himself. When he got back to his seat, the pilot announced that the flight was returning to the gate. Hamilton was then told to get off the plane.
He was very calm, respectful, polite, and simply wanted to have a conversation with them about...
Another Delta staffer tried to explain he was being kicked off the plane for using the bathroom.
He broke the law. The FAA actually says that when the seatbelt sign is on, it is illegal to get out of your seat and walk around the plane. Even if you really have to go, you can't do it.
I really had to use the restroom. It was an emergency.
I don't understand why I have to get off this plane.
What you mean? You may not have a job tomorrow. I want this lady.
Now the tables have turned on Susan Perez. She's been placed on leave during an investigation for throwing her weight around.
The governor.
Yep, it turns out the woman who got all sorts of attention for her obnoxious behavior works for the New York State Council on the Arts. Now Perez's name and image have been removed from the council's official website, and she's been placed on a leave of absence. The drama began when Perez boarded the Delta flight from JFK to Syracuse, New York, and was seated in the back of the plane. Larissa Rundell and her 8-month-old son Mason were in the same aisle. Rundell says Perez was cursing about her seat assignment.
I said, please don't use that language in front of my son.
It escalated from there when the passenger complained about sitting next to the 8-month-old boy.
We're not sitting there crying, baby. He's not going to cry the whole time.
Then a flight attendant stepped in.
We can put you on the next flight. What your name? Tabitha 9766. Thank you, Tabitha. You may not have a job tomorrow. I want this lady.
Perez instantly backed off.
I can't, Tabitha. I have to. I apologize. Please, no. I apologize.
She totally deserved to get kicked off the plane.
You may not have a job tomorrow.
It was a frightening ordeal for one family in Texas. An officer's gun pointed at them as police chased down their car in what police called a high-risk traffic stop that they later said was a mistake.
Listen, sir, this is my wife's car. We just in a basketball tournament, bro. We made my son. That's my son.
It all started when a Frisco police officer clocked the family's Dodge Charger with an out-of-state license plate leaving a hotel. Officers say their Arkansas license plate was mistakenly entered as Arizona.
Whose tag is that on the car? Come back here. What happened? Is that your tag on the vehicle?
Yeah, I'm from Arkansas, Little Rock. I'm a nurse. I've never done anything in my life.
Eventually, the officer realizes the error and tells them, but the father seemed distraught.
It looks like I made a mistake. So I ran it AZ for Arizona instead of AR.
But just listen, no, it could have went all wrong for us, though.
The police chief said in a statement, "I've spoken with the family. I empathize with them and completely understand why they're upset. I apologized on behalf of our department and assured them that we will hold ourselves accountable and provide transparency through the process."
This woman is trying to get into the house, but her access is being blocked, and it's her own home. Tracy Albert and her husband Miles used their savings to buy this 4-bedroom dream home in Riverside, California 14 months ago, but they have not been able to move in, even though they've been paying the mortgage every month.
He just said he wasn't leaving. That was it. Wasn't going to leave the house, barricaded himself in the house.
So who's the guy blocking their way, refusing them entrance to their own home? It's the previous owner.
I definitely think it's a case of fraud, that he knew he wasn't going to move out, staged boxes to look like he was going to move out, and then stayed behind.
The Alberts say the courts keep pushing their case back.
I can't walk onto the lot. I was told that would be trespassing. I've been there. The sheriffs have told me to leave.
Our cameras were there when the homeowner tried one more time to get inside.
Hello?
You think he's home?
Yeah, he doesn't leave.
What would you say to him if he came to the door now?
Get out of my house.
This woman was trying to get inside her own home, but the previous owner refused to leave.
Hey!
We told you about Tracy Albert and her husband Miles.
He just said he wasn't leaving. That was it. Wasn't going to leave the house, barricaded himself in the house.
Now, after a 14-month battle, the squatter and his family have finally moved out. A neighbor's surveillance camera captured them pulling out of the garage and driving away.
We came here as fast as we could the next day to get let in, get the locks changed, and saw that he had still left some stuff behind.
Furniture.
As movers removed each piece of furniture one by one, ridding the house of anything belonging to the previous owner. Are you nervous that he's going to come here?
Yeah.
To everyone's surprise, the 5-bedroom home is in great condition. But the Alberts say the entire ordeal has soured them forever on what was once their dream house.
I hate this home now, and it really does suck, but there's no way that you can, every time I drive up this street, it's just anxiety.
So do you think you'll move in?
At this point, I can't imagine moving in.
A driver talks to a cop after a fender bender on the highway. But look at this. While they're speaking, a tow truck operator is hooking up the guy's car. Up goes the front end of the vehicle, and you won't believe what happens next. Here it is again. The car rolls right over and ends up in a lane of rush hour traffic. You can see other vehicles hurtling by.
Can we get EMS up here, radio? We had a car just flip off the tow truck. Male's trapped inside right now.
That's right. The driver is trapped in the upside-down car.
I expect that I was supposed to step out of the vehicle, but I was never told to, nor was I even aware that a tow truck driver was hooking my vehicle up.
The police report quotes the tow truck operator saying he was about to tell the driver to get out of the car when there was a malfunction and the boom just kept coming up. The tow truck driver tried to disengage the boom, but it would not disengage.
The driver suffered a concussion. The tow truck company confirms there was an equipment malfunction. They say they've taken steps to ensure it does not happen again.
A Metro Atlanta homeowner thought he found the perfect tool shed for his backyard and spent thousands on it. But that was just the start of a very frustrating shopping experience, finally reaching a dead end.
For Warren Kale, the tool shed that he found in the Home Depot parking lot was perfect.
And there was one exactly like the one I wanted in Cartersville at Home Depot.
So what'd you do?
So I went there on September the 9th to make that purchase. The total bill was $9,058.03. So I used my debit card.
But days later, when Cale hadn't heard back from the Home Depot about the shed or about his money, he went to Home Depot to ask questions.
They said that there was a glitch in the computer and that my money had gone somewhere, but they didn't know where.
With no shed, his key worry was getting a refund.
After almost a month and a half of trying to get his money back from the bank or trying to get his shed from Home Depot, he didn't have either.
Things started happening.
We reached out to the corporate offices of Home Depot and Ameris Bank, with the bank refunding him the full $9,058.03. But it didn't take long for Cale to spend it. He went back to the Home Depot, bought the tool shed, and it's now where it should have been 2 months ago, fully assembled and in his backyard. From the help desk and at the Home Depot in Cumberland,
a man squeezes a tiny boy into a rolled mat upside down. Shaking his legs, the boy desperately tries to escape, but the man pushes him deeper into the mat. 20 minutes later, the 3-year-old boy stopped moving as his heart had stopped beating. It's been 4 months since this tragedy occurred at a martial arts studio in Yeongju, Gyeonggi Province. The Taekwondo instructor, who's been arrested and charged with child abuse and murder, still denies his allegations, claiming it was just a joke.
왜 그랬나 했더니 장난이에요, 장난.
그 첫마디였어요?
네.
The instructor also claimed that it was the victim's family who removed a ventilator from the patient, trying to put the responsibility for the death on the family.
10년간 내사 상태에 있었던 사람도 깨어날 수 있는데 그 며칠 내사였다고 호기를 뗀 행위에 대해서 자신들은 병원 기록들을 확인해야 되겠다. 라는 취지의 주장은 명확하게 법정에서 발언을 하신 내용이고요.
The police plan to investigate 3 more Taekwondo instructors accused of aiding and abetting child abuse.
Frontier Airlines Flight 1517 from Pittsburgh to Atlanta, scheduled to depart at 2:05 Wednesday afternoon, instead delayed more than an hour. This wasn't your normal delay. County police came on the plane and kicked a passenger off. We're not sure who that woman is.
I mean, I think the airline should have handled it better.
Ferranz live tweeted the whole incident, writing, quote, "The most dramatic plane ride I've ever been on, and we're still on the runway." She says the woman was tall, 6'2", and asked to change seats, sparking an argument, ending with flight attendants shouting at her.
They turned the plane around and returned to the gate, and the police had come onto the plane at that point and escorted the woman off the flight.
He talked to us by phone, saying the Frontier staff was very rude.
The flight attendant's behavior was absolutely unacceptable, that there was no reason that she should have been taken off the plane.
An airport spokeswoman said 4 people left the plane and did not fly to Atlanta, citing the attendant as acting rude. Frontier spokesman Jim Faulkner said, quote, "You have to pay in advance for upgraded seating. She was removed because she was disorderly." The woman in question did get in touch with us. She says she was forced to rent a car and drive 10 hours back to Atlanta, where she lives.
This food delivery driver is furious over the tip she got.
So I need to speak to you.
The driver who delivers for DoorDash was captured on the homeowner's Ring camera.
I drove 40 minutes and it was extremely far and I got it to you early. So I don't think you realize where you work from.
That's a 15-20-minute drive.
It's not. You need to try to drive it. I just drove it. It's 40 minutes.
The restaurant was in Comac, New York. The house was in Smithtown. According to Google Maps, that's a 5.5-mile drive and should take only 12 minutes.
I think you need to adjust your tip to make it right.
So, what was the tip?
You gave an $8 tip.
What the hell are you looking for? I gave an $8.
Okay, I'm going to bring the food back. I'm going to bring the food back. Okay.
That's right, she took the food back. So, who was in the right?
Even if you were unhappy with a tip, you do not ever penalize the customer by removing the service.
DoorDash told Inside Edition the actions of the delivery woman were inappropriate and grounds for deactivation.
Headlines right now is a Deer Park father arrested for slapping his daughter's classmate. Now, the boy, according to the father, was bullying his little girl.
12-year-old Presley Rigney says she was getting bullied.
I was just minding my own business, not saying anything, and he had actually walked up to me and had said, like, you look like you're transgender and stuff, and saying I have no chest.
And the past few weeks at school have left her in tears before the bell rings.
And he threw ice cream at me.
She called her parents and told them what was happening. Her stepdad came to pick her up. A word was all it was supposed to be, but James Peace says it escalated. The criminal complaint says it happened here outside this home. The boy and a friend were walking home from school when confronted by Peace. All caught on camera. Police say the video showed Peace slapping the 12-year-old with such severity that it knocked his headphones out of his ears. Peace says he regrets getting physical, but for his daughter, he says the mugshot and permanent mark on his record are worth it.
I've never had before in my life. It's just I defend my kids.
That punishment could mean up to 5 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine.
Tonight, an Arizona man wants answers from American Airlines, filing a lawsuit against the company after spending 17 days in jail for a crime he did not commit.
The most horrible experience of my life.
Police arrested Michael Lowe at a July 4th celebration. At the time, he was vacationing in New Mexico. When local authorities there ran his license for an unrelated matter, Lowe was flagged for an outstanding burglary warrant. His lawyer calling it a, quote, wrongful accusation.
He is just every passenger on any flight that did nothing wrong.
The origins of the arrest? An entire year prior to Lowe's arrest, police at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport say they were looking for this man. But according to the lawsuit, when police sought records from American Airlines on its passengers for the flight, the airline turned over information for just one person, Michael Lowe, leading police to put a warrant out for his arrest. The lawsuit states, for 17 days and nights, Mr. Lowe lived in a constant state of fear of confrontation or abuse.
That was just a living nightmare.
And two couples on a bucket list trip planned months in advance. They were on the plane, buckled in, ready to go. And then without warning and without explanation, United Airlines kicked all of them off the flight just before takeoff.
Retired school teachers Wendy and Rob Meehan booked a bucket list tour of Europe last year.
We checked our luggage, got our boarding passes, went through security.
The family boarded the plane in Tampa. What happened next came as a shock.
And then this gentleman came on and he said to my parents, I need your passports.
Seconds later, the Meehans say another United employee approached their group.
You need to get off the plane. And we're like, why do we need to get off the plane?
Sir, you need to get off the plane. Those were the exact words.
And so we got off because we were afraid that, if we didn't comply, we'd be arrested.
None of the United agents would explain why, other than to say there was a problem with their tickets. The airline said in this email, the Winger family used a travel agency that was restricted from selling United tickets. I reached out to wholesaleflights.com, but did not receive a response.
We felt like criminals, and it was humiliating.
It was the worst flight ever for this mom and her toddler son.
I was surprised, shocked, worried, scared.
Shirley Yamauchi bought two $969 tickets on United Airlines. One seat for her, the other seat for her son, Taizo. So imagine her surprise when a United Airlines flight attendant told the passenger that her son's seat was being given away and he'd have to sit in her lap for the entire 3.5-hour flight from Houston to Boston.
I couldn't change his diaper. I couldn't really climb over the other two passengers. I just couldn't wait for the 3.5-hour flight to be over with.
Shirley, a 7th grade teacher who was on her way to a conference, says she was too scared to make a fuss. United issued a statement. On a recent flight from Houston to Boston, we inaccurately scanned the boarding pass of Ms. Yamauchi's son. As a result, her son's seat appeared to be not checked in, and we released his seat to another customer. We deeply apologize to Ms. Yamauchi and her son for this experience. We are refunding their tickets and providing compensation as a goodwill gesture.
I'm very disappointed. I'm seeing a pattern of bullying of passengers.
Now to a hot debate online. What should you do if someone asks you to switch seats on an airplane? A woman posted this scenario on TikTok. She claims someone was already in her window seat when she boarded her flight. It was a mom with two older kids. She estimated they're about 11 and 15 years old. So that mom asked her to switch seats so she could stay with the kids, but she would have to give up her window seat for the dreaded middle seat.
And she was like, nope, sorry.
That's right. Well, now the woman who posted this says she declined because she desperately needed to get some sleep, had a big presentation to give. The mom wasn't happy and complained loudly. So what would you have done?
Well, I think from the mom's point of view, like if you're in a middle seat, you're just out of luck. You can't ever switch and give up a middle seat for a better seat.
They're old enough at 11 and 13. They can sit by themselves.
And you get a little break.
Yeah,
so it's a win-win.
I'm also conscious of, I picked a seat towards the back. Because, no, towards the front. And then if I have to switch, at least somebody, if they're sitting in the back, would rather move up. Like you try to find a seat that will help them level.
Could many Americans soon see a change in their Social Security benefits? Well, it's all eyes on the Senate this week to see if they vote on a bipartisan bill that would repeal certain benefit reductions for millions of retirees and their spouses.
Okay, so we're talking about a rule that has been in place for more than 40 years. It's called the Windfall Elimination Provision. This rule was put into place so that there was no way that you could double dip in both a federal pension and Social Security. Now, the problem is that when we look at the Social Security system, if you don't pay in for 35 years, you can see a reduction in your benefits. Senator Chuck Schumer of New York is trying to repeal that because he says it's just not fair. We can't make these people work so many years in a job that both pays into the Social Security system and pays into their own pension system.
All right, so how many people could be affected?
Well, it's interesting because the numbers do seem pretty big. It's 2.1 million people who are impacted by the windfall elimination.
So what's the argument against repealing those provisions?
Well, you know, a lot of the critics say, look, this is going to cost a lot of money, almost $200 billion over the next 10 years. If we need to fix Social Security, let's fix it. Let's not just do a repeal, which is essentially a Band-Aid.
It's the traffic stop from hell. His wife is in the car, and she's in labor, but the cops just won't listen.
I don't care, you fool. I know, sir.
It was almost surreal. Surely this can't be happening.
James and Dana Reiner are talking about that frightening night for the first time. They were driving to the hospital in Hebron, Indiana at 1 a.m. when a patrol car appeared behind them. But when he pulled over, all hell broke loose. James tried to explain the situation.
Wife rolled out of the car onto the ground and continued to try to tell him that my wife was having a baby.
Maybe if I just show them that I'm pregnant and that my water had broken, my pants are wet.
More officers show up, but no one will listen.
Sir, can I get up off the ground?
The cops seem to taunt James.
Now you're going to be in the Lake County Jail when your kid's born.
At one point, the cops discussed destroying the dash cam video.
I'll give her the video. Oh, I don't care about that.
So what happened to Dad? He's hauled off to jail. Fortunately, Dana gave birth to a healthy baby girl.
My baby was there and she was healthy and she was perfect. And they can't take that away from me.
I cannot believe my eyes. I cannot believe it.
Meanwhile, check out this rowdy scene on a Delta plane.
We're getting kicked out because we spoke a different language.
This passenger says he and a friend were kicked off the New York-bound aircraft after briefly speaking Arabic. It happened at Heathrow Airport in London. Some passengers on that Delta flight supported Salah.
The guy didn't seem threatening. I think he was just trying to take a seat and get ready for a long flight like the rest of us.
He said he was talking Arabic to his mother on a plane. I don't think that's a reason to kick somebody off a plane.
But other passengers paint a different picture of what happened.
People were crying. They felt so uncomfortable.
He stood up and started shouting, putting his fist in the air, shouting something that sounded really Arabic.
No one put their fist up at all. All we did was speak another language.
Delta says in a statement, multiple passenger statements were collected. It appears the customers who were removed sought to disrupt the cabin with provocative behavior, including shouting. This type of conduct is not welcome on any Delta flight.
We're getting kicked out because we spoke a different language.
A woman suing Denver police tonight for arresting her for a crime she had nothing to do with. Police have dropped the charges and taken disciplinary actions against the officers.
But not before this woman spent 2 nights in jail.
Sarah Cook was a patient at Denver Health. She had been drugged and sexually assaulted at a party.
Having a drink and dancing, and then I don't remember anything until I woke up in the hospital.
Police were looking for this woman, suspected of burglarizing a downtown building.
According to the lawsuit, police were told the suspect went to St. Joseph's Hospital, but instead police came here to Denver Health, the wrong hospital, and arrested Cook while she was still in her hospital bed.
Cook says she spent 2 nights in jail and bailed herself out before police checked surveillance footage and realized they arrested the wrong person. Cook says she got a call from police 3 days after she was arrested saying they would drop the charges. The officers were disciplined. Documents show the officers involved were disciplined for failing to, quote, both officers were put on a 10-day suspension.
And I just think that it shouldn't be handled as lightly as they have been handling it.
A little girl was trying to sell bottled water so she could go to Disneyland. Now her story has exploded into a flood of controversy. That video of her neighbor calling the police now viewed more than 1 million times.
This morning, 8-year-old Jordan Rogers is an internet sensation for selling bottled water on the street in front of her house.
This woman don't want to let a little girl sell some water.
This woman is Allison Edel. This morning, she's a social media villain for calling the cops on her young neighbor.
Yeah, and illegally selling water without a permit? She calling the police on an 8-year-old little girl. You can hide all you want. The whole world gonna see you, boo. She just came out and directly demanded to see a permit to sell water from an 8-year-old.
Edel says she's now gotten thousands of hateful emails.
All kinds of threats. Horrible images.
Jordan says she was trying to raise money to help her mom, who recently lost her job, and go to Disneyland.
Well, Edel says she's not proud of how she acted and she would apologize to Jordan and her mother, both of whom say they would not accept that apology.
President Biden has commuted the sentences of most people on federal death row. Biden now being praised by progressives for his stance on the death penalty.
But the move is getting a lot of pushback from the incoming administration.
The crimes are as horrific as they come. Prosecutors say George Avila Torres sexually assaulted and killed 2 young girls, Laura Hobbs and Crystal Tobias, before murdering 20-year-old naval officer Amanda Snell. Torres was sentenced to death, as was Thomas Sanders, who was convicted of killing 12-year-old Lexis Roberts after making her watch as he murdered her mother.
This shows you that Joe Biden has no regard for the rule of law and that there is such animosity in the Biden administration.
Now both men are among 37 federal death row inmates whose sentences have been commuted by President Biden, a decision stirring fierce debate. The president stated that while he condemns the murderers' crimes and grieves for their victims, quote, "In good conscience, I cannot stand back and let a new administration resume executions that I halted."
I was so mortified of what was going on. I wish I could have just ran.
Tiana Foe is speaking out for the first time about that humiliating day when she boarded the plane in Phoenix for a flight home to Portland, Oregon. The mom of 2 was making her way to her seat when out of the blue, she says a flight attendant started yelling at her for blocking the aisle.
He said, stay right there. And I was like, oh my gosh, what's going on? And I just obviously stayed right there.
The flight attendant summoned the gate agent, who told the stay-at-home mom to get up and get off.
I need to have you come up here.
You're so mean to me. I didn't do this.
Gosh. I'm sorry. I have to have you get off.
Are you serious?
Yes. Even a lady, as I was walking by, she rubbed my back and she's like, it's going to be okay.
Some reports claim the incident was triggered when Tiana allegedly insulted a male flight attendant.
And I didn't even talk to him. I had no conversation with him.
American Airlines is apologizing today for how its personnel handled the situation. We are in contact with the passenger and have apologized. A flight attendant stands at the front of a plane, fuming after a confrontation with a passenger.
Through instructions means through instructions.
The plane was about to take off from Fort Wayne, Indiana to New York when the flight attendant said passenger Robin Rogers failed to put her phone into airplane mode after repeated requests.
She was standing over me. I could see her standing over me, and it was just very intimidating.
The flight attendant sure looked fed up.
I'm not so harsh. So how do we rectify this without holding everyone else?
Rogers couldn't believe she was being kicked off the flight.
A bit terrifying because I have seen people get dragged off of flights.
What followed next was a mutiny by other passengers. You can see the flight attendant storming up the aisle. Then she calls police. There she stands with a stern expression, her arms tightly crossed. A police officer comes on board and 5 passengers in total were told to get off. They found themselves in a state of shock at the gate. This booted passenger was in tears.
The airline says they take all allegations of discrimination seriously, say they're reviewing the incident.
Look at this.
You did not have my permission to videotape. If you
Why?
don't now, you are going to be.
Wait, I want to know why.
Cancel the reservation.
You heard it, a confrontation between a passenger and a United Airlines ticket agent in New Orleans over excess baggage. It ended with the agent actually canceling his reservation.
You guys have terrible customer service.
I need you to either A, call the cops, because this will be confiscated, or B, cancel the reservation.
Go for it. Call the cops.
The passenger wanted to know why he was being charged $300 for excess baggage when the same bag cost $125 on the flight coming in. The ticket agent even videotaped him videotaping her. United said in a statement, "The video does not reflect the positive customer experience we strive to offer, and for that, we apologize." Another day in the friendly stop. When this businessman watched that now notorious video seen around the world, he was even more shocked than the rest of us, and with good reason. Financial advisor Jeff Ferns was on his way back from Hawaii to LA on a United flight. Jeff Ferns was already in his seat waiting to take off when he says a flight attendant told him he had to get out of first class. Why? Because the first class cabin was full, and someone else identified as a high priority passenger was being given his place. At first, he gave the same answer as Dr. David Dow, the passenger in the now notorious video.
She got very peremptory at that point, and it was, if you're not going to give your seat voluntarily, I'll summon security and I'll have you escorted off the plane.
In handcuffs.
In handcuffs.
Ferns gave up his seat.
Had you said no one more time, you would have been forcibly removed.
They indicated that's exactly what was going to happen, and I believe they were serious.
Ferns wrote United Airlines the next day, complaining about the threats made by the gate agent in an effort to intimidate me into giving up my seat.
United told us in a statement they're sorry for Mr. Ferns' travel experience, adding they are training their employees on how to handle similar situations.
New video shows the moment NFL Hall of Famer Terrell Davis is put in handcuffs and taken off a United Airlines flight. His wife is stunned. The Denver Broncos legend says the FBI agent told him, "Don't fight it." Davis was on the flight with his wife Tamiko and 3 kids and had just landed in Orange County, California. He says the incident stemmed from when he had asked a flight attendant for ice.
I put my hand up first and I was trying to get his attention and he didn't see it, so I politely tapped him on his shoulder. And when I did that, he swung his arm around and he said, "Don't hit me."
The Super Bowl champ says he completely forgot all about the incident until they landed and he suddenly saw law enforcement board the plane and cuff him.
And that moment, I felt powerless. I felt embarrassed.
They were humiliated, embarrassed, scared. Those are horrific experiences for any family.
Davis, who says he was released with no citation or charges, plans on suing United. Meantime, the airline says the flight attendant was put on leave.
9-year-old Jason is concerned.
It's just, I just think it's going to get all stolen, you know?
This sheet of paper is the cause for the concern. A list left earlier this week by Homeowners Association of Auburn Greens that mandates leaving garage doors up from 8 to 4 Monday through Friday.
I just don't think it's a good idea to have it open.
For every home like Jason's that is following the new rule, there are plenty of others that are not, like Shally Ia.
I have nothing to hide. I understand somebody had people living in the garage. I don't. I am following the rules. All I'm asking is a reasonable way of going around this.
Residents say a $200 fine and an administrative hearing are the potential punishment for keeping the door down. But for some, paying the fine may be worth avoiding a burglary. A call to the Homeowners Association for Auburn Greens wasn't returned, and the office was closed during the hours it had posted as opened. As some residents seem to be testing how open the garage needs to be, regardless of the choice to keep the door up or down, many residents share a common disdain for the rule.
I hope it does change. I hope it does.
In this gated Eastlake community, a Clearwater police officer is facing an ultimatum. Stop parking her marked police cruiser in her driveway or pay hundreds of dollars in violation costs.
I mean, the first thought is like, it's a joke.
Like, this is like the most absurd thing like I've ever heard of.
Dan Perry says taking home a marked cruiser speeds up response times and deters crime. State law says HOAs can prohibit commercial vehicles from parking in driveways, but an opinion issued in 2005 by then State Attorney Charlie Crist, a law enforcement vehicle is not considered commercial.
They don't have that vehicle for the purpose of profit.
Holiday Isles Management, the HOA managing Cross Point and Eastlake Woodlands, agrees, but says her cruiser is issued by a government agency and therefore violates HOA rules. Perry says the family deals with tragedy every day within the community and says what's happening to them isn't right.
You just hope that they could come home to their family and just live their life. But it's like now they're being harassed by this association.
The HOA told us no comment, but passed our request on to its attorney.
Happened here, a desperate homeowner contacted KPRC2 investigator Amy Davis when the contractors caused thousands of dollars worth of damage. And now this lady can't seem to get anybody to help.
Bernadette Hagan is stuck with a giant bill. It started with this new fence. It's in her backyard in Kingwood, but she doesn't own it. The association hired a contractor to replace the fence last August. Everything seemed fine until months later.
So on Tuesday, December the 6th, I suddenly lost half the power to my house.
And the kicker, repairs wouldn't be as easy as just replacing the damaged line. The repair total?
$18,293, which pretty much put me in a heart attack, but I needed power.
In April, the fence company filed the claim with its insurance to cover the repair costs, but they denied the claim. The fence company never returned our phone calls, but Bernadette says a representative told her they explained to the client that they are not responsible for damage to any unmarked utility lines. But in this case, Bernadette is not the client. The client is the Trail Association.
Over 4 months has passed and there's no resolution.
Watching airline workers spill your medication out into the trash.
This passenger is about to leave a small carry-on bag behind as he boards his flight in New Orleans. You can see it right there on the counter. In the video, you can see another passenger pointing out the bag. A gate agent starts going through it. And look, passengers are still boarding. Wouldn't the agents figure it was someone who had just boarded? Instead of trying to find the passenger, an agent takes the bag to another gate. Then she starts rifling through it. What happens next will shock you. She walks to the trash can and starts dramatically tossing in the contents. She appears to read a medication bottle. Then you see her pouring the pills out.
When she started pouring out my medications, that's the part that really got to me.
Another gate agent starts recording her and seems to be having such a good time, she doubles over in laughter. The rest of the bag is dumped. The agent appears to fish keys out of the trash, but then chucks them back in.
Look at the state of humanity. What are we doing to one another?
Brooks said Spirit Airlines told him they're investigating and that the gate agents have been suspended.
This story is getting a lot of people fired up online. A couple in Texas City being sued by their homeowners association. They could be on the hook for $100,000, all because of a few flower beds.
I like pretty flowers. I like my yard pretty.
We're being dealt with, let us say, unjustly.
So delicate, cause a $100,000 problem. Dottie and Klaas Tadema live in this home in the Lago Mar neighborhood and planted new flower beds a little over a year ago. Instead, they got hit with a lawsuit seeking up to $100,000 in damages, claiming they deliberately disobeyed and ignored HOA rules. The couple paid the HOA $25 for an application to allow the home improvements. The HOA rejected that application in March. So the HOA filed this lawsuit about 6 months later. The HOA is fining them $3,000 for not fixing the violations. The Tademas wish they could speak with the HOA.
I don't want to be sued for this crazy amount of money. I can't afford to hit this stuff.
An Oregon family traveling with a 15-year-old girl with autism was kicked off a United Airlines flight this week for what the airline calls a disruptive situation. The family calls it an outrage.
Video from a passenger shows Salt Lake City Airport police removing an autistic teen and her family from a United Airlines flight last Tuesday after the pilot made an emergency landing. The girl's mother, Donna Beagle, was shocked when officers explained why. Beagle says her 15-year-old autistic daughter Juliet was hungry, and when she acts up, this is how she expresses frustration. Her mother says Juliet is a picky eater, and after asking a flight attendant if she could purchase a hot meal from first class, she was told no.
And I said, well, how about if we wait for her to have a meltdown, and then she's crying and tries to scratch, and then you'll want to help her.
She eventually got the meal and said Juliet calmed down. Then came an announcement from the captain. In a statement, United Airlines said the crew made the best decision for the safety and comfort of all of our customers and elected to divert to Salt Lake City after the situation became disruptive. But as Juliet and her family were removed from the flight, other passengers seemed surprised.
That's going to be a lawsuit. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. A shocking assessment for one condominium in Miami this week. They're being asked to pay $175,000 each towards their 40-year recertification.
Shock, disbelief.
Shock, anger, and now searching for answers. Christian Murray has lived in the Palm Bay Yacht Club condos since 2016. Now he and many other residents are worried if they'd be able to keep their homes. The building needed to be recertified, meaning an engineer needed to come in and see if the building needed structural and electrical repairs. When the property managers brought in their engineer, they claimed the building needed $46 million in repairs. So let's break this down. $46 million means that every condo owner needed to cough up approximately $175,000. Now keep in mind, the entire building itself is worth $50 million. So residents hired a different engineer to do the same assessment, and they were told the building needed $23 million in repairs, a far cry from the initial $46 million. And now residents are literally fighting to keep their condos, hoping their home sweet home doesn't go sour.
This family physician is outraged. She says she was booted off a flight because she wore a romper. Dr. Tisha Rowe was wearing this romper when an American Airlines flight attendant asked to speak with her.
She asked me repeatedly, do you have a jacket? Do you have a jacket? It was not until I confirmed several times that I did not have a jacket that she finally said, you are not boarding the plane dressed like that.
Dr. Rowe was flying from Jamaica to Miami. She'd been on vacation with her 8-year-old son. She says after being escorted off the plane, the flight attendant told her she wouldn't be able to reboard unless she covered up.
I said, look, if I can't get on, give me something to cover up. And I requested a blanket. And at that point, the response was, yeah, because that's the only way you're getting on.
Dr. Rowe says her son Chase was traumatized by the incident.
He was very upset when we got to our seat.
In a statement, American Airlines says, we want to personally apologize to Dr. Rowe and her son for their experience and have fully refunded their travel.
Brace yourself. Experts say holiday travel is back with a vengeance this year, and that's causing concern as the Omicron variant spreads. And this is the last thing we need, the return of mask wars in the cabin.
Banned. United Airlines won't be allowing this passenger on any future flights after he wore ladies' underwear as a face mask. Adam Jenny was on a flight from Fort Lauderdale to D.C. when he wore the underwear.
Why not just follow the rules and wear a mask?
The rules make zero sense, and I did follow the rules.
When he was taken off the plane, he says this fellow passenger walked out as a gesture of solidarity.
Forget it, I'm out of here.
6 million Americans will take to the skies over the holidays, and a staggering 100 million will hit the road.
Airlines are going to be 90 to 95% full on every flight.
CBS travel editor Peter Greenberg spoke to reporter Allison Hall.
Top tips for making your holiday travel as easy as it can be.
His first tip, book the first flight of the day.
It's your best insurance policy of not getting delayed. No guarantees, but it's the best.
The flight attendant at the center of a nasty confrontation is under suspension today by American Airlines. It happened on a flight from San Francisco to Dallas. We have seen the video, the airline says. The flight attendant has been removed from duty while we immediately investigate this incident. But the flight attendants' union is expressing some degree of support for the man. You see the woman, reportedly a citizen of Argentina, sobbing as she holds her baby. According to fellow passengers, she was struck in the face after the flight attendant forcibly took her baby stroller and almost hit the baby by accident.
You can't use violence with baby. Just give me back my stroller, please.
As the tears flow, you hear another passenger intervene.
Hey, sir, what's the guy's name that did that with the stroller?
Things escalate dramatically.
Hey, bud.
Another flight attendant tries to calm everyone down. In the statement, American Airlines says, "What we see on this video does not reflect our values or how we care for our customers. We are deeply sorry for the pain we have caused this passenger and her family and to any other customers affected by the incident." Now, a mother in tears is at the center of another drama.
Southwest Airlines facing questions tonight.
You guys want to go to the next flight?
This father kicked off a Southwest flight after trying to calm down his daughter, who is reportedly afraid of flying.
I think he asked you if he could have a minute to calm her down.
We've got an incident on board, possible belligerent passenger. We're going to be returning to Alpha 16, please.
Even though the child had calmed down, they are still asked to leave the plane.
Because she's sitting. She's been sitting for the last 5 minutes.
She's a child. She was scared.
Fellow passengers can be heard defending them to no avail.
Well, this has nothing to do with you.
This is not helpful, guys. You want to go to Atlanta?
Finally, the father gives up, and they're escorted off the plane.
We're just trying to keep it as simple as possible. Do not fly on this flight.
Leaving Southwest with this.
I'm glad you screwed up everyone's day.
The airline in a statement saying, "We always aim for a welcoming and hospitable experience and regret the inconvenience to all involved," adding that the traveling party was booked on the next flight and that they plan to reach out to the customer about any concerns.
A local mom and their daughter looking for an apology from a major airline tonight. Jenny Devereaux had one of those moments on a JetBlue flight. Her 3-year-old needed to go to the bathroom, but the flight attendant said no.
We were humiliated.
Jennifer Devereaux expected an uneventful 30-minute JetBlue flight from New York to Boston Monday. She's now left with a memory of an experience that still seems surreal.
We were, on the tarmac. We hadn't taken off yet, so I asked the flight attendant if she could quickly use the bathroom. The flight attendant snapped back at me, "No, sit down."
Jennifer was traveling alone with her 2 small children. Her 3-year-old daughter, Summer, simply couldn't hold it. She pleaded with the flight attendant until it was too late.
I took the sweater off my body and soaked up the mess with my clothes.
Again, she said she was yelled at. Then the captain made an announcement.
We have a non-compliant passenger on this flight. We're bringing her back to the gate to security.
No apology.
Would you fly them again? Never. Never.
In a statement, JetBlue says, "We are aware of the complaint and are actively investigating. Our team will be reaching out directly to the customer to gather more information." Other passengers were also deeply disturbed by what they say they witnessed.
The airline passenger who says she was bumped from her seat to make room for a congresswoman.
I said, "I want my seat back."
Teacher Jean Marie Simon says she had booked a first-class seat on a United Airlines flight from Houston to Washington, D.C. She showed us her boarding pass, United First Class, Seat 1A. But a United gate agent had a surprise as Simon waited to board.
She said, "You've been wiped from the system. I can't even find your reservation."
The seat was given to a local congresswoman, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee. Simon ended up with a seat in Economy Plus.
I went up to the front of the plane and took a picture of Ms. Jackson Lee. And I turned to the flight attendant who had brought her on the plane and I said, "I know who's in my seat and I know why."
The incident is making headlines. The congresswoman said she had nothing to do with Simon being bumped and added, "Since this was not any fault of mine, the way the individual continued to act appeared to be, upon reflection, because I was an African-American woman, seemingly an easy target."
A United spokesperson said the airline did try to apologize, but the teacher says that never happened.
A California man is demanding an apology from American Airlines after he claims that he was kicked off the plane for being overweight.
The worst part was being treated as if I was some sort of criminal. Not only a criminal, but a fat criminal.
Chris Shelley says he was booted off a flight from Dallas after an elderly petite woman sitting next to him complained that he was too big for his seat.
A young gentleman in a vest with an American Airlines emblem on it turns to me and says, "Sir, you need to take your things into plane immediately. Come with me."
Chris said he was in shock when they told him to get off the plane. The engineer, who says he flies more than 100,000 miles a year, was never even offered an alternative solution.
They never once asked me or anyone else if we could switch seats. It was just simply get off the plane.
Chris says that he begged the woman who complained about him to switch seats, and after she agreed, he was able to reboard the plane. American Airlines sent him 2 apology emails and say they're investigating.
This one has a lot of people up in arms. 2 girls were trying to board a United flight in Denver when the gate agent stopped them, deeming their spandex leggings were inappropriate. The outrage began at Denver Airport Sunday when 2 girls were denied entry onto a United flight by the gate agent. The reason? They were wearing spandex leggings. Passenger Shannon Watts tweeting, "She's forcing them to change or put dresses on over leggings or they can't board. Since when does United police women's clothing?" United immediately responded, "We do have the right to refuse transport for passengers who are barefoot or not properly clothed." The reaction on social media, fast and furious. Since when are leggings inappropriate? Is United Airlines fashion police or misogynist? United later clarified the girls were traveling on the airline's PASS program, which provides free flights for relatives and friends of United employees. The airline told us it has stricter dress code requirements for these non-revenue passengers.
United's policy does seem a bit more sexist than other airlines because they restrict leggings, they restrict mostly articles of clothing that women would wear, while men are mostly free to go as long as they don't wear flip-flops.
Air Force veteran says a fallen soldier was disrespected by passengers on a flight out of Phoenix.
Transporting a fallen service member is a solemn duty. It's emotional, humbling, knowing a soldier who gave his or her life is being taken home. During those trips, out of respect, you're supposed to remain seated until the casket is off the plane and on its way to the final resting place. The flight is transporting a fallen service member, Senior Airman Andre Taylor. The flight crew told passengers to remain seated, repeating this request several times, but that didn't happen.
A person here, a person there started getting up and following them. I was just in shock. I was looking at them and I was like, are you kidding me?
Even before the casket was off the plane, people rushed for the exit. For Ken, this was disrespectful, even selfish.
I think people should take a second to stop thinking about themselves. And, in that moment, it's a great opportunity to stop thinking about yourself and to, think about others.
Who's lying? Passenger knocked unconscious versus agent's self-defense claim in United lawsuit. War newly surfaced security video shows former United agent Alejandro Anastasia pushing 71-year-old Ronald Tigner during a boarding pass dispute at Houston's Bush Airport. Tigner claims he lost consciousness. Anastasia insists he acted in self-defense. Tigner alleges language barriers caused confusion. Anastasia claims racial slurs preceded physical contact. Both deny throwing first blow. United fired Anastasia post-incident, calling his actions unacceptable. The airline declined further comment Tuesday as dual lawsuits proceed. Tigner seeks damages for negligence. Anastasia demands $1 million claiming assault and wrongful termination. Legal analyst William Hoax, representing Tigner, told News 9, a public trial will force sworn testimony exposing the truth. The case could impact airline employee training standards nationwide.
Students were suspended for defending their classmates. An 11-year-old honor student at Samuel Gaines Academy claims she was punished for attempting to expose classroom bullying. Brianna Cooper, a straight-A 6th grader, received a 5-day suspension after recording her science teacher allegedly threatening a classmate, a move administrators called illegal. "I thought I did the right thing," Brianna told reporters, explaining she hit record when the teacher began mocking another student's height and family. The audio clip reportedly includes the educator taunting, "Biggest kid in 5th grade acting like the smallest one. Wonder what your mama looks like." This wasn't the first time the teacher targeted students, according to Brianna. She submitted the recording to school staff expecting intervention, but instead faced disciplinary action. District officials declined to comment when pressed about Florida's single-party consent recording laws, which permit secret audio if one participant consents. The suspension notice obtained states Brianna violated electronic device policies, though legal experts note her actions might constitute protected whistleblowing. The case has sparked debates about student rights versus school authority, with Brianna's parents vowing to appeal the punishment.
A jetliner was turned around mid-flight when this granny was labeled a threat by a flight attendant. Ellen Fleming was traveling with her husband and 2 grandchildren when she says she made a simple request that escalated out of control. Ellen Fleming says she found wet garbage in the seat pocket in front of her and asked a flight attendant to throw it away. She says he immediately became angry.
He just hauled himself up to his full height and said, "I'm a flight attendant and I don't look after garbage."
Ellen says minutes later, she tried to put the garbage on a food cart.
He swiped my arm away.
She says these photos show her bruise from being hit. Soon after, the pilot announced that the Air Canada flight was returning to Toronto due to an incident on board. Police took her off the plane.
Well, at one point, I told them that they're taking the wrong person off. I said it should be the flight attendant because he lied.
I didn't see her be a threat to anybody.
So the airline says that you exhibited aggressive behavior towards a crew member, threw garbage on a food trolley, and kicked a crew member. Is that true? Any of that?
No. When we got that letter, I sat and cried.
The family that says it was booted from a JetBlue flight over a birthday cake is speaking out today.
My 2 children are screaming, crying. They're confused, not knowing what's going on. They were traumatized.
Video of the incident showing the cute little boy in tears has been seen across America. Cameron and Minty Burke had boarded their flight from New York to Las Vegas with their 2 children. The family trip was to celebrate Minty's 40th birthday. They say after they stored a birthday cake in the overhead bin, the flight attendant told them it had to go under the seat. They claimed they complied, but the flight attendant wasn't satisfied. Law enforcement boarded the plane and did their best to calm everyone down, but JetBlue ordered the whole plane evacuated and refused to let the Burke family back on. JetBlue is standing by their decision to boot the Burkes, claiming they put the birthday cake in a compartment reserved for safety equipment and refused multiple requests from the crew to remove the items, and only starts after the objectionable behavior occurred, a spokesman said. The customers became agitated, cursed and yelled at the crew, and made false accusations about a crew member's fitness to fly.
Mother who gave birth on plane forced to separate from her newborn child. A Chinese national identified as Jean faces deportation, while her U.S.-born daughter remains in California custody, following an emergency delivery aboard China Airlines Flight 212 from Taipei to Los Angeles. Immigration officials confirm the 34-year-old woman violated visa regulations by concealing her pregnancy during check-in. Security camera footage shows flight attendants converting a business-class cabin into a makeshift delivery room at 35,000 feet. Aviation records indicate the newborn officially gained U.S. citizenship when the plane entered American airspace at 10:17 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 23 minutes before the actual birth. Immigration court documents reveal Jean previously applied for and was denied a U.S. visitor visa 3 times since 2021. The State Department confirms the infant remains at UCLA Medical Center under temporary guardianship. Taiwan's Mainland Affairs Council has opened its own investigation into potential passport fraud, as Jean reportedly holds dual residency permits.
She made headlines as the twerking flight attendant who lost her job after this video went viral.
She's the flight attendant whose twerking cost her dream job.
I didn't think that, being so happy can turn into something like this.
Nell Diallo was having a great time dancing and twerking in the aisle on an empty plane before an early morning flight. She posted the video on TikTok along with the caption, "What's wrong with a little twerk before work?" But after the video went viral, she says Alaska Airlines fired her. Nell had only been on the job for 6 months. She says she was twerking to celebrate the end of her probationary period.
Why did you decide to post the video?
And I was really proud of myself that I came so far. I just didn't think that my video and my post and the way I was dancing would be deemed as inappropriate.
So how did you feel in that meeting when they told you you lost your job?
I put on such a proud face every time I stepped on that plane. And for them to terminate me without giving me a chance, it just was unfair.
In the airline business, seniority matters. Flight attendants who've logged many miles get their pick of routes. And that, one now fired flight attendant suspects, may have been a factor in her dismissal. She also thinks her age had something to do with it.
It's not nice
This 79-year-old Delta flight attendant says she was fired out of the blue because of her age. Ida Gomez-Llanos says during her 57 years of service, she earned praise from the airline for her exemplary work. She says she didn't have a single sick day in the last 30 years. Ida says she became the target of a smear campaign by coworkers who were jealous about her $250,000 a year salary. That's 4 times what new flight attendants make. Because of seniority, she also had first choice of coveted flight routes.
She is a hardworking, wonderful woman.
Ida has seen it all, and now because of her age, she feels she's being put out to pasture.
I've been there 57 years, and I never did anything to be fired for.
Ms. Llanos is suing Delta for unlawful discrimination. The airline says the firing was appropriate and lawful, adding it's not because of her age, but because she committed numerous policy violations.
This guy is being called the most obnoxious plane passenger ever. Just watch as he boasts about his wealth with fellow passengers.
You're right, I'm a loser. I own 6 houses.
It all went down on a JetBlue flight from Los Angeles to Sacramento. Passenger Sarah Bear captured everything on her cell phone.
I seriously thought that he was going to do something dangerous.
Sarah says the freakout started all because another passenger made a wisecrack about a flight attendant looking like a terrorist.
He's cussing at everyone. I mean, it's just very belligerent.
The tension escalates, and that's when another passenger grabs him. So who is this guy? Is he really worth $4 million? His name is David Brackett. He works at a mortgage company.
Despite bragging that he earns $4 million a year, Brackett now admits he earns nowhere near that amount, nor does he own 6 homes.
The plane returned to the gate and Brackett was escorted off, much to the relief of the other passengers.
I do not sign any disclaimer for this to be released, so I will be filing a lawsuit.
Brackett claims he suffers from PTSD after he was injured in a motorcycle accident. He was tested for alcohol on the scene, was found to be under the legal limit, and wasn't charged.
We begin tonight with new details on an unruly passenger aboard a Southwest Airlines flight that was bound for Phoenix.
It was so shocking.
Passengers on this Southwest flight couldn't believe what they were seeing.
This is getting crazy. Like, this is something that you see out of a movie.
A woman on the plane stripping completely naked.
Wait.
Walking up and down the aisle when the woman, while fully dressed, walked to the front of the plane and started yelling.
I do remember her saying that she wanted to get off the flight.
The passenger also said she heard the woman yell that she was bipolar. Then when the plane started taxiing to the runway, the woman took off all of her clothes and continued to yell.
It was very evident that she was having a mental breakdown.
The plane returned back to the gate where another worker came in and covered the woman with a blanket before she took off.
The lady just runs out of the airplane and who knows where she went.
Houston police said she was taken to a hospital for medical evaluation. At this time, she isn't facing any charges.
An airline passenger stuck in the middle seat resorts to fat-shaming her seatmates.
Oh my goodness, I don't know how I'm going to do this next 4 hours.
It happened just before takeoff on a United Airlines flight from Las Vegas to Newark, New Jersey. Norma Rogers, an oncology nurse who once appeared on the Dr. Oz show for a Nurse's Appreciation episode, was seated next to the fat shamer. The nurse's travel companion was in the aisle seat. Rogers flagged down a flight attendant.
Excuse me, can you find her another seat? Because I will not be verbally abused by this or anybody else.
I can't sit here because it's both so big on left and right. I can't even sit here.
The flight attendant offered the fat shamer a new seat. As the woman gets up, she delivers one more insult.
I eat salad.
Other passengers were outraged.
Why don't you sit in the seat and speak this?
United Airlines said flight attendants acted quickly to find a different seat for the passenger, but when it became clear that her behavior was likely to be problematic, she was put on a different flight the next morning.
It is the story that got the nation talking. A blind man confronted on a flight. Passengers walking off the plane in protest.
We sat with Mary Elko Comfort in her Monroeville yoga studio, talking about what happened on a U.S. Airways flight last Wednesday from Philadelphia to Long Island, New York. She sat next to Albert Rizzi on that flight. He lost his vision 8 years ago because of meningitis. The flight attendant asked Rizzi to stow his guide dog Doxy under the seat, but where he was sitting in the back row, he didn't have a seat in front of him.
So I said, well, the dog can come under my seat.
Mary says the dog only came out to put his head between Albert's feet, never roaming the aisles. She says the flight attendant approached 2 more times, not offering to help, just barking the same orders. 45 minutes on the tarmac, and Albert was then escorted off the flight.
What broke my heart is I heard Albert say, "Am I the only one getting off the plane?"
Minutes later, the nearly 30 passengers walked into the terminal behind him, saying they wouldn't fly without Albert and Doxy.
And U.S. Airways did release a statement after the incident saying, quote, Mr. Rizzi became disruptive and refused to comply with crew members' instructions when the flight attendant asked him to secure his service dog at his feet. The airline is reviewing how the situation was handled.
This morning, in a newly filed lawsuit, 3 black men are suing American Airlines. They allege company employees appeared to remove all of them from a flight over a complaint about body odor.
This video at the center of a newly filed lawsuit against American Airlines appears to show a number of black men after they've been removed from a flight allegedly due to a complaint about offensive body odor. The lawsuit claims as Flight 832 from Phoenix to New York was finishing boarding in January, American employees removed 8 black men from the plane. They were not traveling together, weren't seated next to each other, did not know each other, and appeared to be the only black men on the flight. The lawsuit claims over the course of about an hour, the men were kept in the jetway and then moved to the gate area where they were told they'd be rebooked on another flight to New York later that day, and alleges an American employee indicated the complaint about offensive body odor had come from a white male flight attendant.
Just because of the color of my skin. Okay. Okay.
I do not disagree.
American Airlines tells CBS News it takes all claims of discrimination very seriously and says in a statement, our teams are currently investigating the matter as the claims do not reflect our core values or our purpose of caring for people.
An Orange County woman got quite a surprise when her pre-booked seat on a United flight was given away for no other reason than she was a woman.
As a million-mile flyer, this Coto de Caza mom thought she'd seen it all until a gate agent handed her a new boarding pass just before she got on a United flight to Houston last Monday.
He said, "This is your new seat." And I said, "Excuse me?" And he said, "I don't know how to tell you this." And so I said, "Yes." And he said, "The 2 gentlemen seated next to you have cultural beliefs that prevent them from sitting next to, talking to, or communicating with females."
Mary Campos was shocked.
I thought I lived in a culture where females were equal to men.
She wrote a letter to the CEO of United Airlines. She got a reply that said United would look into it. She didn't hear from them again. But we did. Tonight, a United Airlines representative wrote, "We regret that Ms. Campos was unhappy with the handling of the seat assignments on her flight. Campos was told the men were Pakistani monks wearing orange long shirts. She says the female flight crew were not allowed to serve them."
We can't discriminate against half of the population for a belief from another nation.
A woman who paid $40 extra for her specific seat on a flight had a dad try to guilt trip her into switching seats. So this woman, named Riley, says she always pays extra to have a specific seat. On this flight, she'd upgraded to a window seat near the front of the plane. While she was settling in, she saw a couple walk over with 2 kids that were between about the ages of 5 and 10 years old. She felt someone grab her shoulder, and it was the dad in the family. He had learned that no one was sitting in the middle seat of the row behind Riley. That dad then demanded that Riley move to the middle seat in the row behind her so that the family could all sit together. Riley explained to him that she had plane anxiety and needed to sit next to a window to alleviate it, but her real concern was that she didn't want to sit between 2 people, especially after she'd paid extra for the right not to. Also, there's a better way to ask someone to switch seats on a plane, with ask being the key word. Clint Henderson, managing editor at The Points Guy, advised that people wanting to swap seats should make sure that the seat they are trading is at least equal to or better than the seat that they will receive. Swapping a cozy window seat for a middle one a row back? Definitely a downgrade. The dad was upset when Riley had no plans to move seats, and she told him that he could maybe move and sit in the middle seat behind so that the mom and the kids could at least sit together. What would you do in this woman's situation?
Ava Breiteman is struggling with her emotions after a traumatic event over the weekend. The 5-year-old has level 2 autism.
She has sensory issues, causes meltdowns, all that kind of stuff.
She and her mother, Kelly Breiteman, flew southwest to Omaha from Denver nearly 2 weeks ago with no problems. The flight back was a different story. Breiteman says from the time she and her daughter checked their bags all the way to when the mother and daughter got on the plane, they were told Ava must keep her mask on.
I was trying to get her to put her mask back on. She wouldn't. Manager guy comes back in to the plane and he said, "Sorry, ma'am, but we have to deboard you because this is policy. She has to be wearing a mask."
Breiteman says Southwest employees ignored a doctor's note that Ava may have difficulties leaving her mask on because of her illness.
But I'm telling you right now, not all kids are going to wear a mask because of the sensory issues involved with that.
We asked Southwest Airlines if their policy should be changed. They responded saying, as of July 27th, there are no exemptions to Southwest face covering requirements. After being kicked off the plane, Breiteman says Southwest offered a $50 voucher for another flight and refused to grab their bags, which stayed on the plane to DIA. As the Breitemans were forced to rent a car and drive 500 miles home.
An Air Canada passenger got a bill for close to $500 from Alberta Health Services after she asked airline staff for an ice pack for her sore back. The octogenarian thought it was all a little unnecessary and asked Air Canada to pay that bill. They said no.
Back in January, 84-year-old Mary Marshall was flying from Calgary to her home on Vancouver Island. Marshall took a pain pill and asked the desk agent for an ice pack. The agent called a paramedic to bring the ice pack.
I kept saying, "No, I don't need anything but an ice pack, please. That's all I need."
But the paramedic came, and with that came a $450 bill, the same as if she'd taken an ambulance. She contacted Air Canada, who told her what happened didn't meet their expectations for service. They offered a flight credit, but said the $450, that was hers to pay. She felt like the company wasn't listening.
I think a lot of times we alone, and maybe seniors and women particularly, get left in the cracks and they're not heard.
We contacted Air Canada. They told us they'd deal directly with her.
I just think that other people who run across a situation like this should be able to speak out.
It is the air travel dispute that's got everyone talking. If your seat reclines, do you need to ask permission of the person behind you?
The woman whose seat was turned into a punching bag mid-flight is speaking out today. And new video is emerging of the incident showing that the male passenger not only punched the seat, but also hit it with his open hands like he was playing the bongos. How hard was he hitting the back of your seat?
Hard. Like, I flew forward several times and then I just kind of leaned forward because I knew it was coming.
It happened on a flight from New Orleans to Charlotte when Wendy Williams reclined her seat shortly after takeoff.
The man behind me asked me to not recline it while he ate, and so I left my seat.
After he was done with his meal, she says she reclined the seat again. Williams says she summoned a flight attendant, hoping to de-escalate the situation. She was even issued this passenger disturbance notice that reads, "You should immediately cease if you wish to avoid prosecution and your removal from this aircraft." Williams says she has a fused vertebrae that gives her a lot of pain, so she needed to recline her seat. The viral video is the talk of the airwaves.
Delta staff refused to believe a black woman was really a doctor. A young black female doctor's Facebook post detailing an alleged case of discrimination during a mid-flight medical emergency is setting social media on fire this week. Tamika Cross claims she was flying to Houston from Detroit via Minneapolis aboard a Delta Airlines flight when an old man sitting 2 rows in front of her became unresponsive. Initially thought by airline staff to be a night terror, the man became unresponsive again and staff asked for help. That's when Tamika volunteered to help, but was told by the airline attendant that she needed an actual physician. That same Delta attendant reportedly probed her for info, asking her for credentials, about her background, what she was doing in Detroit, all while a medical emergency was going on. But everything was cool when some white dude claiming to be a doctor showed up and helped the old guy. Well, it was cool for everyone, except Tamika. She was naturally pissed, and when the attendant asked for some advice later, Tamika says she still helped them out. Delta has since responded to the news by saying discrimination is unacceptable and they're investigating what went down.
Teresa Hudson Jordan, a black woman and Delta frequent flyer, is now suing Delta Airlines, claiming she was removed from the flight simply for looking at a white flight attendant. Here's what happened On March 27, Teresa and her teenage daughter was on a first-class flight from Lexington, Kentucky to New York City. Just as she leaned over to speak with her daughter, a flight attendant walked past. Teresa made eye contact, didn't say a word, but that alone allegedly triggered the attendant to yell, "Don't look at me like that. If you don't comply, I'll turn this plane around." Teresa said she remained calm, said she would comply, and never raised her voice. Other passengers were shocked. The attendant allegedly lied to the pilot, said Teresa was disruptive. The plane turned back, and Teresa and her daughter was escorted off. Her lawsuit says this is yet another case of flying while black in 2025, calling it dehumanizing and humiliating. Delta says they have a zero tolerance for discrimination, but haven't yet commented directly on the case.
New tonight, booted from a plane over a hoodie. A San Antonio man says that is exactly what happened on his Spirit Airlines flight from Los Angeles to the Alamo City.
His name is John Garcia Jr. He was just visiting friends in LA, but was eager to get back home to his kids Monday, but didn't realize that this hoodie that he says he's worn on a flight before was breaking Spirit Airlines rules.
Spirit Airline workers demanding he get off the plane over this hoodie with the F word printed in big letters and spelled with a V instead of a U. He says right as he was boarding, a flight attendant questioned if he was in the right seat, then a minute later told him he had to take the hoodie off. A few minutes later, he says another employee and security guard approached him, demanding he take off the sweatshirt or get off the plane.
He's like, let's just get you from point A to point. I said, man, that's all I'm trying to do. That's fine, whatever. And so I take my sweater off.
He says once he takes it off, the worker tells him he can file a complaint if he wants to online.
Of course, if I'm going to file a complaint, I need names.
Garcia says he was fed up at that point, so he put his sweatshirt back on and got off the plane.
What I'm saying is, why did he kick me off just because I asked him for his names, which ultimately is going to have to be given in a complaint?
According to Spirit Airlines' contract of carriage, a passenger could be asked to leave the plane if their clothing is lewd, obscene, or offensive in nature.
Camille Henderson said that's all changed after her most recent trip with Delta Airlines. She and her boyfriend were heading to Atlanta, a major Delta hub, to visit family. On Camille's return flight on February 3rd, a game of musical chairs in the air. She was seated in row 15 in the window seat at takeoff, but by the end of the flight, she was sitting in row 34. She said the two women seated next to her in the middle and aisle seats were upset about their seat assignment.
They felt like they were ticketed first class seats, but they couldn't provide the ticket.
After the complaints went on for more than an hour into the flight, eventually the flight attendant proposed a solution to get the women more space, but Camille would have to move.
I don't want to make it a race thing, but instead of asking the two white women that were seated next to me in an attempt to accommodate them, that was the seat that I paid for.
So Camille moved to her new seat at the back of the plane in row 34. She said she was embarrassed by the experience. After getting back to the Bay Area, Camille spent the next several days trying to contact Delta Airlines. Delta provided the following statement. "We are looking into this situation to better understand what happened. Delta has no tolerance for discrimination in any form." Camille feels these words are hollow after her experience.
Me as a black woman, I was displaced to make two white women comfortable. That doesn't make any sense to me.
A man is upset after he says Delta Airlines employees tied his mother to a wheelchair.
It was done so forcefully, just with so much spitefulness.
Nathan Saliagas says he wasn't on the flight with his parents from Atlanta to Amsterdam. His mother, Maria, has multiple sclerosis, and he made arrangements to have a wheelchair for her upon landing. But he says the one provided didn't fit her needs.
She's paralyzed from the hips down. So she was falling because there was no seatbelt on the chair, there's no footrest, there's no armrest. It's literally just the chair you sit on, practically floating. And, she was getting anxious, and then as she got out of the plane, it was getting worse, and she started crying because she was scared she would fall.
He says his mother began to cry, and both of his parents were treated rudely by airline staff. Delta has said its findings do not align with the Saliagas' account of the incident. The family did get an apology from the company, but Nathan says the damage was already done.
And once they reached Greece, she was just depressed.
30, a woman from Orlando claims that airline employees are getting rewarded for the bag fees that they charge travelers.
Amira Hamid says a Frontier Airlines gate attendant told her her backpack was too big to go under the seat, so they charged her for a carry-on fee. Those are the items that go in the bin above.
It was basically you pay the $100 or you don't get on the flight.
From like $30, like I said at the checkout, to $100 by the time you get to the gate.
Look at this video that Amira shot on her phone. Attorney Michael Mann claims Amira's bag fit perfectly into the Spirit Airlines bag sizer, but failed to fit into the Frontier Airlines sizer.
They are being manipulated. They're just making less space inside of these, and nobody checks inside to see that there's less space.
He says it's happening to the Frontier Airline bag sizers past security at the gates.
There has been pretty solid evidence that they are incentivizing the gate staff by giving them a commission of $10 every time they are able to charge somebody for a carry-on.
We reached out to Frontier Airlines, but we're told, as a matter of policy, we do not comment on pending litigation. Amira says not everyone can afford to pay the $100 fee. That's why she and around 100 others are suing Frontier Airlines in this class action lawsuit.
I hope this is kind of like a wake-up call for all the airlines.
Imagine being in a rush to board your flight.
About to let me check in, and you decided that you ain't gonna let me check in.
Make me check you in. You missed it because 2 customer service reps used to let you check in because you didn't want to pay a $25 agent assist fee. That is exactly what happened to this customer trying to fly through Frontier.
3 hours later, hello.
I just said that I
get on your flight.
Yeah, I just said that I would pay the $25.
And you thought you were gonna get on your flight. And you thought you were gonna get on your flight.
It's looking like Frontier Airlines has seen this viral video and they have decided to give these 2 workers the axe. While they were 100% right that customers had to pay a $25 agent assist fee if they don't want to check in using their phone or through an app, they went about declining this guy's entry onto the plane totally wrong. Frontier has confirmed with TMZ that they terminated these 2 employees, saying we are aware of what occurred and have been directly in touch with the customer. The individuals in question who work for a third-party contractor are no longer associated with the Frontier account. So told TMZ they refunded the man's original flight and reimbursed him for a different flight he booked to get back home. The other person on the right was literally laughing in the customer's face. It was just completely unprofessional. I was looking like they're about to be in an unemployment line because they done got the axe for acting a plumb fool. You guys, I'm curious to know what you guys think about this, and I want to know what you would have done if 2 agents taunted you like this when you were trying to board your flight.
The woman who was reportedly kicked off a plane because she showed too much cleavage is speaking out.
How did it make you feel?
I feel awful.
Made headlines when she was ordered off a Spirit Airlines flight from New Orleans to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. This is the outfit she wore. At first, flight attendants accused her of being drunk. They claim she was loud and belligerent. Then she says a flight attendant raised the issue of her cleavage and actually told her to cover up. Another passenger took the photo to show that what Brenda was wearing wasn't out of line.
They mentioned that my body was too exposed, and it was obvious that it was my breast. She said, "You need to cover up."
Brenda, a waitress, says she was so embarrassed she donned her coat. She also makes the startling allegation that flight attendants were looking for any excuse to boot her from the plane and made up the claim she was unruly and her outfit was too risque. A fellow passenger, Kathy Sopp, is supporting Brenda's story. She was also kicked off. Spirit Airlines is denying Brenda's claims. The woman's cleavage played absolutely no role in her removal. The woman was removed because she was intoxicated, and other passengers complained about her behavior.
A nasty dispute to tell you about tonight involving a group of Orthodox Jews on a flight yesterday from Miami to LaGuardia in New York City.
Fellow passengers recorded what happened Sunday on board Frontier Airlines Flight 2878. This afternoon, we spoke with Martin Joseph. He and 21 of his family members were ordered off the plane, and he explained why.
They asked one of my daughters and the son-in-laws, they had a baby of 15 months old, that wears the mask for the baby.
Frontier Airlines ultimately canceled the flight and today told Eyewitness News the issue that arose was not with the child. There were multiple adults in the group who refused to wear masks despite repeated requests to do so. Mr. Joseph called that nonsense.
And I told them that I was the first one in the back, and I saw them all coming on board with masks.
Mr. Joseph also criticized the flight crew for removing other unrelated Orthodox Jewish passengers. This passenger described the reaction from the flight crew.
And I saw them high-fiving each other.
The 51-year-old husband, father, and grandfather told us Frontier has yet to apologize for what happened.
I'll give you an example of an out-of-control corporation, Spirit Airlines. There was a family, young woman, 7 months pregnant, got young kids, special needs kid. They're all wearing their masks. The little kid was not wearing a mask. And some crazy stewardess at Spirit Airlines.
Non-compliance, we'll have to get off. I didn't want to do this. You have to pick up your stuff.
What do we do?
I'm sorry.
Non-compliance, beep boop, make the baby and the special needs kid wear the mask, beep boop, non-compliance, get off now.
Special needs child and a 2-year-old. Okay, I'm not going to leave until I understand what I did wrong.
I have
If you want to call your manager, you can call your manager.
Not comply with the mask policy.
No, I don't think so. I don't think corporations should be allowed to do that. I don't think that Spirit Airlines is a private company. What happened on that airline is unjust. Should not be permitted to happen in a just society.
Here we have some cell phone video that is sure to go viral, showing a woman being forcibly removed from a Southwest Airlines flight.
This is cell phone video of a woman getting forcefully removed from a Southwest Airlines flight scheduled to leave Baltimore en route to Los Angeles Tuesday night. You can hear the woman yelling, insisting she'll walk off herself. When she doesn't, though, officers push and pull her off. You can also hear fellow passengers pleading with her to just leave peacefully. Southwest says there were 2 dogs on the plane, an emotional support dog and a pet. And the woman told flight staff that she had a life-threatening pet allergy. When they asked her to provide medical certificate, she couldn't. They then asked her several times to get off the plane. She wouldn't, which is why they called in law enforcement. In a statement, Southwest said, our policy states that a customer without a medical certificate may be denied boarding if they report a life-threatening allergic reaction and cannot travel safely with an animal on board. Of this latest incident, Southwest says, quote, we publicly offer our apologies to this customer for her experience, and we will be contacting her directly to address her concern.
But first, we begin tonight with a brutal assault in the air. A flight from Sacramento to San Diego turns violent. A flight attendant gets her teeth knocked out by an unruly passenger.
An early morning scuffle in the air on a flight from Sacramento to San Diego between a flight attendant and passenger, shocking those on board like Taro Arai as he watched blood drip down the Southwest employee's face. Arai says the two were arguing back and forth before the blow, sending the flight attendant to the ground. Video captured by Susan Marie Stidman shows 28-year-old Vivian Quinones being escorted off the plane by police once the flight landed in San Diego. Southwest telling us Quinones repeatedly ignored instructions to put her tray table up and seatbelt on. The union representing the flight attendant says they are seeing a spike in their employees being targeted. Those flying the friendly skies say passengers who can't follow the rules shouldn't be allowed to board. The union says the flight attendant is recovering but has missing teeth. Quinones is being charged with battery causing serious bodily injury. Now, she told our sister station that she was acting in self-defense but declined to comment further.
Terrifying moments on a United Airlines flight out of Los Angeles, California. A man allegedly tried to open a plane door, the emergency door, while that plane was in the air on the way to Boston. When confronted about it, he began to shout threats at passengers on the plane and then attempted to stab a flight attendant in the neck.
I don't care if I'm scared of you. I don't care. I don't care. The women will be fine. Why are you scared? Why should you be scared when you have all the bodyguards running around the whole scared? Well, tell them to bring SWAT to shoot me down because they're going to have to shoot me down today. Remember that.
Okay, so you can see here the man in this video is 33-year-old Francisco Severo Torres from Massachusetts. He told authorities he wanted to open the door so that he could jump out of the plane. Police say he also admitted he knew that if he opened the door, other people would die. And the weapon that Torres tried to stab the flight attendant with, well, that was a broken metal spoon. He told investigators he broke the spoon in half in the airplane's bathroom to make it a weapon. Thankfully, no one was injured throughout
all of this. Torres is charged with interference and attempted interference with flight crew members and attendants using a dangerous weapon. If convicted, he could face life in prison.
This woman says she was barred from boarding a plane at LaGuardia Airport in New York because of her revealing halter top. Kayla Eubanks says she was getting ready to board a Southwest Airlines flight to Chicago in this black halter top and long red skirt, but the gate attendant told her she was violating the company's dress code. She recorded the encounter on her cell phone.
You don't want to put something on, sir?
Where's the policy?
I cannot find the man.
I was kicked off my Southwest Air flight. I was told that passengers may look at me in my attire and be offended, Eubanks tweeted. That's when the captain of the flight used all his diplomatic skills to soothe tensions.
If they have it in their book or where they want you to cover up, are you willing to do that?
I want to see it.
The airline states it can refuse a passenger if she is, quote, wearing clothes that are lewd, obscene, or patently offensive. You be the judge. In any event, the captain went beyond the call of duty and handed her his T-shirt. Problem solved. Eubanks was permitted to board and took a photo in her seat wearing the captain's Boys of Summer baseball T-shirt.
An Oregon family traveling with a 15-year-old girl with autism was kicked off a United Airlines flight this week for what the airline calls a disruptive situation. The family calls it an outrage.
Video from a passenger shows Salt Lake City Airport police removing an autistic teen and her family from a United Airlines flight last Tuesday after the pilot made an emergency landing. The girl's mother, Donna Beagle, was shocked when officers explained why. Beagle says her 15-year-old autistic daughter Juliet was hungry, and when she acts up, this is how she expresses frustration.
Frustrated?
Her mother says Juliet is a picky eater, and after asking a flight attendant if she could purchase a hot meal from first class, she was told no. She eventually got the meal and said Juliet calmed down. Then came an announcement from the captain.
We were shocked to hear him say we're going to make an emergency landing in Salt Lake City.
In a statement, United Airlines said the crew made the best decision for the safety and comfort of all of our customers and elected to divert to Salt Lake City after the situation became disruptive. But as Juliet and her family were removed from the flight, other passengers seemed surprised.
That's going to be a lawsuit.
This is video of what one family says is a Delta Airlines employee smacking a phone out of 13-year-old Matthew Bogan's hand.
She was probably like 5 feet away from me, and then she came at me and then, grabbed it, and then it was in my right hand, and then when it, she hit it really hard and it fell and I caught it in my other hand.
The teen from New York was with several other relatives waiting to leave LaGuardia Airport in New York City for Florida last July. Their flight, as seen in these cell phone text alerts, kept getting delayed. The airline was supposed to take off at 6:50 p.m. It didn't head out until 2:30 p.m. the next day. Meanwhile, Matthew and his family claim they were forced to wait it out while sleeping on the floor near the gate. Now they filed a lawsuit against Delta. The family says the company allegedly told them Matthew was blocking crucial communications. An attorney for the airline told the New York Post Matthew interfered with the agent's ability to communicate an announcement.
These airlines just don't care about the people. They just want to put you on the plane, send you off, take your money.
Doing nothing wrong. I was just like, why would she do that? I was in total shock.
At Baltimore Washington International, a plane has returned to the gate. Gina is called to investigate. A passenger is refusing to turn off his cell phone.
Okay. Do you know how that the plane had to pull back to the gate, the extent of this, sir?
My fault, bro. They
said that you told them that they could go take a hike.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to grab your belongings and follow me off the aircraft, please.
Why?
Well, sir, because the problem is when we get airborne, if you're going to do something, you're not going to follow instructions.
It's not my intent not to follow whatever.
Well, you're not giving us that impression. That's why they asked that you be removed from the airplane, and I'm going to have to back them up on that.
We can talk at the podium.
We'll talk to you about it up there and maybe take another flight later, but we don't want you to ride with us today.
Frank Mussolino, denied boarding for using his phone, is now in no mood for talking.
Plane pushed out. The plane pulled back to the gate. He was being insubordinate with the flight attendants. He wouldn't get off his cell phone. And apparently he told the flight attendants to take a hike. I'm just trying to make sure you understand why, sir.
I understand.
And I want you to understand the nature of the excuse me,
I
sir.
do understand.
For a flight to come back to the gate, that is a significant problem on board the aircraft that a flight had to come back to the gate. So I explained to him, and he didn't want to hear anything, so I went ahead and refunded his ticket, and the police escorted him off the concourse.
We talked to people who were on this airplane tonight. They say that this was just kind of outrageous. You sometimes hear about passengers who were disorderly. They say it was the crew who was. Frontier Airlines Flight 1517 from Pittsburgh to Atlanta, scheduled to depart at 2:05 Wednesday afternoon, instead delayed more than an hour. This wasn't your normal delay. County police came on the plane and kicked a passenger off. We're not sure who that woman is. Ferranz live tweeted the whole incident, writing, quote, "The most dramatic plane ride I've ever been on, and we're still on the runway." She says the woman was tall, 6'2", and asked to change seats, sparking an argument, ending with flight attendants shouting at her.
They turned the plane around and returned to the gate, and the police had come onto the plane at that point and escorted the woman off the flight.
Reagan Kelly was also on board. He talked to us by phone, saying the Frontier staff was very rude.
The flight attendant's behavior was absolutely unacceptable, that there was no reason that she should have been taken off the plane.
Frontier spokesman Jim Faulkner said, quote, "You have to pay in advance for upgraded seating. We went above and beyond. She was moved to an exit row. She was removed because she was disorderly." The woman in question did get in touch with us. She said this whole incident left her in tears and that she will never fly Frontier again.
Only U.S. airline that let bags fly for free and even built a slogan on it.
But for the travelers I spoke with here, they say today may have very well been their last Southwest flight.
Margot and other Southwest Airlines flyers at Oakland International Airport just learned about the new baggage policy. $35 for one checked bag, $45 for the second.
Are you serious?
Some, like Dawn, thought one checked bag was still free.
I was pretty disappointed to hear about it.
But even one bag will cost her $35 under the new policy.
Oh, okay, that's extra disappointing.
Southwest was the only major U.S. airline offering 2 free checked bags for basic economy travelers. It even became part of its trademark slogan, "Bags fly free." Now, like its competitors, a checked bag will only be free with elite status.
Airlines basically structure their profit or their profitability based on fees and not fares. I think the old Southwest didn't want to do it. They're now controlled by a new investor group that wanted to generate additional revenue.
For some travelers, the new policy change means they'll be choosing a new airline for their next trip.
There's so many hidden fees with the airlines too nowadays. It's ridiculous.
Flying United from Salt Lake City to Liberia, Costa Rica with a plane change in Houston. The first leg of the trip, they say, was wonderful, but the second leg never took off, for them at least.
I want to be on the beach with my friends, with my fiance, and get ready for my wedding.
Instead, Michael Hull spent last night at a hotel near Bush Intercontinental Airport. He says the trouble started when he and his fiancée Amber Maxwell boarded United Flight 1737 to Costa Rica.
We were supposed to be in row 24. When we got to row 24, there was a gentleman sprawled out across the row with his shoes off, napping.
Deciding not to wake the man and seeing plenty of space on the flight, Hull says they opted for 2 spots, 3 rows in front of their assigned seats. The problem is, on Boeing 737-800s like the one they were on, United considers row 21 Economy Plus, an upgrade. In a statement, United said these passengers repeatedly attempted to sit in upgraded seating and would not follow crew instructions to return to their assigned seats. Hull insists they did move back.
A marshal came back not more than 2 minutes later and removed us from the plane. We got to the gate and asked why, and they said because we were in the wrong seats and being disruptive.
This morning, but Hull promises that is the last flight he'll take using the airline.
A pregnant woman was traveling with her 2 young children when they made a mess with popcorn on the floor of the cabin. So whose job is it to clean it up?
Food fight over this spilled popcorn on an airplane. Country music star Jesse James Decker is blasting United Airlines, saying her sister was humiliated after her 2-year-old daughter accidentally spilled popcorn. She says the flight attendant actually gave her a trash bag and a wet wipe and declared the captain wants her to clean up every drop. Decker's sister is Sydney Ray Bass. She's 5 months pregnant with what she calls a high-risk pregnancy. She says the flight attendant called the spilled popcorn a safety hazard. Sydney Ray Bass is married to Toronto Blue Jays pitcher Anthony Bass, and he's also fuming. United just made my 22-week pregnant wife get on her hands and knees to pick up the popcorn mess by my youngest daughter. Are you kidding me?
Now the great debate. Should airline passengers be told
to clean up their own mess.
I think it's reasonable to hold our clients and our guests, especially aboard a commercial aircraft, to some standard of responsibility of your kids' behavior and the messes they make. But she's pregnant. So I think the most accommodating thing would be to say, may I help you, or allow me to help you clean this up.
We contacted United for comment, but did not hear back.
Now to a disturbing story. The father of a California soldier killed in Afghanistan is speaking out after he says that his family was booed while bringing his son's body home. Sergeant John Perry was killed on Saturday by a suicide bomber. His father says,
"It just takes me a moment to collect my emotions."
He is a father mourning the loss of a son at this service for Sergeant John Perry, killed in Afghanistan by a suicide bomber. Stuart Perry says his son stumbled on the suicide bomber before the bomber could reach his target, a soldier's 5K Veterans Day run. Perry says his son's death comes at a time military service is facing disrespect. He says his family was even booed on the flight to bring his son's body home.
Hear the reaction of the flight being delayed because of a Gold Star family and the first class cabin booing that was really upsetting.
And Perry says his son's death underscores why the American flag is sacred for service members, not just a symbol for protest.
That people don't want to talk about the terrorism that killed my kid.
A soldier's death defending his country, leaving a father defending his son.
A quadriplegic man who relies on his motorized wheelchair says he was left bedbound for 19 hours last weekend after American Airlines refused to load his electric wheelchair on a plane, saying there was too much other luggage. On top of that, he says when he got it back several days later, it was completely broken.
Yeah, basically, once I was already boarded on the plane, ready to go, one of them came up and told me that they might not be able to fit my chair, which has to go down in the cargo area. However, I've flown on this aircraft many times before with the same chair, so I know that it fits. She had overheard one of them, saying that there was too much other stuff down there, and come to find out later that that's actually a federal requirement to fit any mobility device ahead of other passenger luggage on the plane.
And basically, I felt like he was discriminated against. I
want to read to you what American Airlines says. They said that we strive to provide a safe and enjoyable experience for all of our customers. We sincerely regret and apologize for the negative experience Mr. Weatherby encountered.
The thing he said to me right away is, "I'm never flying again."
The pilot came on, and when we leveled off, and said that after he told us how far we were up in the air, and he said, "This is a somber flight as well." And we had the body of a soldier on board, and his best friend was accompanying him back to Georgia. And I just thought, wouldn't it be great when he stood up if we sang to him, and when he was going off the plane, asked the people behind me if they thought that would be okay, and everybody was fine. So I kept moving up and asking people, and it was all positive, thumbs up. Some people got tearful, so I got encouraged as I kept moving up. And as we were descending, one of the flight attendants from up front, I had not seen before, knelt down in front of me because I was in the exit seat and there was a lot of room. And she said, "You can't do what you're doing." And I just looked at her, and she said, "It's against our company policy." And actually, it was a beautiful, somber event, and that was the right thing to do at that.
And here we have Delta Airlines confirming that Delta does not have a policy that stops people from singing the national anthem.
But she told me I couldn't sing.
Okay, Dr. Gardry.
Because it was against policy.
It happened at Detroit Metropolitan Airport.
We have a situation, so we unfortunately are going to have to deboard this aircraft, and everybody's going to have to be rescreened.
Spirit Airlines Flight 2145 to Los Angeles on Thursday stopped and held on the runway after a caller phoned in a bomb threat.
If you cooperate with me, which I greatly appreciate if you could, I will get this done as quick as I can for you.
Everyone on board removed from the plane and screened on the runway by TSA dogs. But within just a few hours, the FBI said they had their suspect, 23-year-old John Charles Robinson, who allegedly admitted to calling in the threat after arriving too late for the flight and telling the Spirit Airlines rep on the phone there's going to be someone that's going to try to blow up that flight 2145. When Robinson then showed up for the flight that he'd been rebooked on, he was arrested, now charged with use of a cell phone to threaten, maliciously convey a bomb threat, and phoning in false information.
A video clip shows the embarrassing moment a fully grown adult has a tantrum at the boarding gate of a busy airport. The woman was filmed rolling around on the ground after staff at the bustling airport told her that her hand luggage was too heavy to go onto her flight. The Chinese tourist reached the boarding gate to take her flight on June 8, but when staff checked her carry-on suitcase they found it was too heavy. She was told that she would need to pay extra or throw away some of the contents, sparking the meltdown in front of dozens of astonished onlookers. In the clip, the middle-aged traveler falls to the floor wailing and shouting as she thrashes on the ground in front of the bemused gate staff. Local media reports that the authorities arrived on the scene and tried to calm the situation, but the woman remained uncontrollable. The woman was eventually removed from the flight following her tantrum. She was able to book another ticket once she had calmed down. The shocking scene has been shared widely on social media, with commenters branding it embarrassing and childish. "Has she forgotten that she's a grown-up?" said one viewer. "This is shameless and disgraceful behavior."
If you thought someone surviving the plane crash in India was incredible, then wait until you hear the backstory, because the passenger wasn't booked into the seat that saved him. At some point before he got onto the flight, he switched to a window seat, seat 11A, which was crucially nearer the emergency exit. So the plane came down, somehow he survived in that seat. He got out of the seat and left the emergency exit, jumped off the plane and walked away. He was the only survivor. What makes it even more incredible is that when there are survivors to plane crashes, generally speaking, according to all the data, those survivors were sitting at the back of the plane where there was less impact. He was sitting towards the front of the plane, and none of the aviation experts I've spoken to can explain any of this. So obviously all the questions people are asking are around how he survived. Was it fate? Was there something about him, something about the seat, divine intervention? The reality is we can't explain it. It is just incredible.
People want to know how the guy on the Indian Airlines seated in 11A knew to jump out of the plane. The plane had only been in the air for a few seconds before he realized it was going down. The captain made no mention that the plane was going to crash. He was too busy alerting the towers that they were having a mayday situation and they might crash. So how did he know to open up the emergency exit and jump out of the plane? First off, if you didn't see my video from earlier today, it shows inside the plane none of the electronics were working. That includes the air conditioning, phone screens, and TVs on the back of seats. So how is it this one dude knew to open up the emergency exit and just jump out? Some people are saying it's because he's lived in India long enough to know when something's going wrong. But to just open up an emergency exit and jump out of a plane is a very bold move. And that's why people are calling this a Final Destination moment, because he just felt something was wrong and jumped out. And he did so within seconds of the plane crashing. Bro really predicted the outcome of a scary situation, and it saved his life.
Delta flight headed for Spain was forced to turn around because of an unfortunate situation.
Negative. It's just a biohazard issue. We've had a passenger who had diarrhea all the way through the airplane, so they want us to come back to Atlanta.
All the way through the airplane, yeah. Sadly, for those passengers, the diarrhea was not contained to the bathroom.
Oh, my goodness.
It happened about 2 hours into the flight. After making an emergency landing, everybody was transferred to a different plane. Delta says the original plane was deep cleaned and described the moment as a, quote, medical issue. Like people were trying to spray vanilla, it didn't work. Secretly, I hope that this person who had the emergency, like, did something, or like maybe you broke up with your girlfriend over text.
Was this a
like
medical
maybe you
condition?
It's a medical.
Why did they have
this
like,
poor person
such severe diarrhea?
I mean, you feel for the passengers, of course, but that's at the very least just mortifying.
Oh my God. Again? Another drunk meltdown on a plane. Meet Leanne Perry, New York City artist by day, hair yanking, spit flying chaos queen by last night. Here's the story. It's 1 a.m. in LaGuardia, and there's a Southwest flight preparing to take off.
Do not touch her. Look at her.
Shut the She's yelling, grabbing another passenger's hair, spitting in her face, screaming expletives, and crew and fellow flyers try to jump in, screaming, "Don't touch me," and resists hard. They zip tie her hands behind her back, and police haul her off on a gurney. And yes, there are charges pending. Aggravated assault. This isn't just any passenger. This is a high-end artist with some high-end clients like Hot Topic, Shane, and Mac, now infamous for airborne chaos. Should airlines cut off alcohol sales before boarding? Or is this individual responsibility gone haywire?
A woman who paid $40 extra for her specific seat on a flight had a dad try to guilt trip her into switching seats. So this woman, named Riley, says she always pays extra to have a specific seat. On this flight, she'd upgraded to a window seat near the front of the plane. While she was settling in, she saw a couple walk over with two kids that were between about the ages of 5 and 10 years old. She felt someone grab her shoulder, and it was the dad in the family. He had learned that no one was sitting in the middle seat of the row behind Riley. That dad then demanded that Riley move to the middle seat in the row behind her so that the family could all sit together. Riley explained to him that she had plane anxiety and needed to sit next to a window to alleviate it, but her real concern was that she didn't want to sit between two people, especially after she'd paid extra for the right not to. Also, there's a better way to ask someone to switch seats on a plane, with ask being the key word. Clint Henderson, managing editor at The Points Guy, advised that people wanting to swap seats should make sure that the seat they are trading is at least equal to or better than the seat that they will receive. Swapping a cozy window seat for a middle one a row back? Definitely a downgrade. The dad was upset when Riley had no plans to move seats. What would you do in this woman's situation?
A United Airlines flight bound for Los Angeles was forced to return to Honolulu's airport this morning after a threatening message was discovered in one of the bathrooms on the plane. The flight left for LAX around 9:30 and then turned back around 90 minutes later. The captain told passengers that's because there was a security issue on the plane. The plane landed safely. Nearly 300 passengers were evacuated. United Airlines says a security sweep was conducted and customers were rebooked on another flight. It's not yet clear if any suspects were identified.
And had to wait in the plane for around 4 hours to deplane because we had to go out one at a time, and then bomb dogs had to check out every single bag that came out and every single person.
Somebody had written on the bathroom mirror, "This plane has a bomb."
The overnight turnaround came hours after a 35-year-old Navy sailor was arrested for allegedly making a bomb threat on a Hawaiian Airlines flight that was scheduled to depart from San Diego to Honolulu. Navy officials say electronics technician second class John Stee was traveling under official orders to participate in a scheduled training exercise.
And two couples on a bucket list trip planned months in advance. They were on the plane, buckled in, ready to go. And then without warning and without explanation, United Airlines kicked all of them off the flight just before takeoff. So what happened?
March 23rd. Then it was on to Amsterdam via Lufthansa. We checked our luggage, got our boarding passes, went through security. The family boarded the plane in Tampa. United even bumped Wendy's parents, who are frequent United flyers, to first class. What happened next came as a shock.
And then this gentleman came on and he said to my parents, "I need your passports."
Seconds later, the Meehan say another United employee approached their group.
"You need to get off the plane." And we're like, "What? We need to get off the plane." And he's like, you need to, and we're like, "Why do we need to get off the plane?"
"Sir, you need to get off the plane." Those were the exact words.
And so we got off because we were afraid that, if we didn't comply, we'd be arrested.
Passenger goes berserk on a JetBlue flight from JFK to Las Vegas over the weekend, and it's all caught on video. The outburst began 90 minutes into the Saturday morning flight with the passenger standing on his seat and yelling in a foreign language. Another crew member bound his wrists with plastic cuffs, but the passenger still managed to kick his own daughter. Man was taken to the back of the plane and strapped into an empty row of seats away from other passengers as the captain rerouted the flight. Peter Greenberg says alcohol is often involved.
Flying is a stressful situation for a lot of passengers, and when they're left to their own resources waiting for a plane, a lot of them will drink.
And in August of 2012, an intoxicated man on another JetBlue flight was arrested, accused of groping a pregnant woman. Airlines have recently endorsed new protocols to deal with unruly flyers, including curbing alcohol consumption at airports and closing a legal loophole that allowed some disruptive passengers to escape punishment. Well, Saturday's flight was diverted to Detroit, where police took the passenger to the hospital. Tonight, they're trying to determine whether to file criminal charges.
I'm not even going to tolerate that because I don't racially profile at all.
I'm not going to change when you're not asking two other people to change what they're wearing less clothes than me.
Karen, flight attendant, harasses a black passenger about her attire. A passenger on a Frontier Airlines flight recorded her encounter with the flight attendant who told her to change her shorts mid-flight or risk being arrested, detained by law enforcement. After about 10 minutes, she was instructed to return to her seat, given the federal notice, and was told law enforcement would be waiting for her when they landed if she did not comply. She's mid-flight. That means that she had to pass certain protocols to be on the plane, flight attendant. Katie also reportedly alerted a pilot about the situation, Narada shared. To avoid further conflict towards the end of the flight, I put on a pair of damp black shorts over my original ones. I was never approached by police after landing and was not officially reported, she wrote. She later posted screenshots of her correspondence with a Frontier Airlines representative who apologized to her.
Hey, this is one flight you don't want to be on. The passenger is out of control as cops struggle to subdue him. The mid-air meltdown forced the flight from Minneapolis to Los Angeles to turn around just 20 minutes after takeoff. According to reports, the drama started when the passenger's girlfriend tried to use the bathroom just after takeoff. That's a big no-no. A flight attendant asked her to sit down, and that's when the couple allegedly lost it. When police boarded the aircraft, they took the two unruly passengers into custody. And as they did, fellow passengers actually began cheering. That's when the boyfriend, identified as a vice president at Citibank, apparently threw a punch at another passenger. Cops take him down. Patrick Whalen shot the video.
As they were being escorted off the plane, the male passenger was getting yelled at, and both of them were by passengers that were upset, and he took a swing at one.
They were charged with disorderly conduct.
The fight that broke out midair on a Frontier Airlines plane was headed to Miami. A New Jersey man was arrested, charged after attacking another passenger.
This morning, an alarming scene as a fight breaks out on board a Frontier Airlines flight bound for Miami while it was still in the air. The plane was about to land when, according to police records, 21-year-old Ishan Sharma was returning to his seat when he allegedly grabbed another passenger by the neck. The two trading blows, passengers trapped, witnessing the chaos.
The man sitting behind was making comments to the man in front, like negative comments the whole flight. And the man in front went to the bathroom. And when he came back, that's when things started to escalate.
Sisters Rosa and Regina Gergley seeing the scuffle firsthand. Authorities saying the victim sustained superficial cuts and declined medical attention.
We've really got to do more to stop this nonsense. This should be treated as seriously as it really is, and that is disruption in the cabin that could lead to much worse things.
Sharma was treated for that cut above his left eye, taken into custody, and charged with battery. Bond was set at $500.
We're going to turn now to that disturbing case of air rage making headlines tonight. The passenger accused of hitting the little boy sitting beside him on his mother's lap.
When Jessica Bennett and her 19-month-old adopted son Jonah boarded a flight from Minneapolis to Atlanta just days ago, she never expected to tell this violent story. Jessica and FBI investigators say another passenger, 60-year-old Joe Hundley, assaulted her little boy on that flight. When Jonah started to cry, Hundley reportedly told Mom, "Shut that N-word baby up." Then she says Hundley slapped the child.
When I had looked at Jonah's face, his eye was swollen here and it was bleeding.
Authorities say cases of air rage are up about 30%, but air rage incidents involving children, almost unheard of. Tonight, Jonah's dad has a message for Hundley.
I hope he's embarrassed. I hope he feels ashamed.
And the FBI telling us tonight Hundley is expected to turn himself in to face that assault charge. Hundley's attorney says we shouldn't rush to judgment. He plans to plead not guilty.
This woman caused quite a scene on board her Delta flight. Now the tables have turned on Susan Perez. She's been placed on leave during an investigation for throwing her weight around. Yep, it turns out the woman who got all sorts of attention for her obnoxious behavior works for the New York State Council on the Arts. The drama began when Perez boarded the Delta flight from JFK to Syracuse, New York, and was seated in the back of the plane. Marissa Rundell and her 8-month-old son Mason were in the same aisle. Rundell says Perez was cursing about her seat assignment.
I said, please don't use that language in front of my son.
It escalated from there when the passenger complained about sitting next to the 8-month-old boy.
He's not going to cry the whole time.
Then a flight attendant stepped in.
We can put you on the next flight.
What's your name? Tabitha, 9766. Thank you, Tabitha. You may not have a job tomorrow.
I want this lady.
Perez instantly backed off.
I can't, Tabitha. I have to. I apologize. Please.
Kind of made me laugh when she started to apologize. She totally deserved to get kicked off the plane.
Summer travel chaos as passengers are forced to sleep on cots in an airport while stranded for more than 17 hours. So what happened? 2 passengers were caught smoking inside the airplane bathroom while the plane was mid-flight. Then the passengers, a man and his female companion, reportedly got into a physical fight. Terry Lawrence was on the plane.
The captain came on to say the smoke detectors had been alerted. Smoking is forbidden.
The plane en route to London and filled with vacationers from Cancun was forced to land in Bangor, Maine.
One rumour had it that she actually slapped him first and he punched her. Whatever he did, he obviously drew blood.
When the plane diverted to an airport in Maine, police took the feuding couple into custody. Passengers were then stuck on the tarmac for 5 hours. But that was just the beginning of the frustrating delays. The passengers were forced to sleep in these cots crammed inside the airport.
This report puts the spotlight squarely on the actions of the pilots, with the data from the flight recording revealing that the fuel control switches, effectively the control of the fuel supply to the engines, was switched from run to cut off in those moments after the plane took off, cutting all the thrust from the engines. And you see what happens in that vision where it plummets to the ground in a fireball, killing 260 people, save for that one miracle survivor. Now, in the cockpit voice recording, there's confusion between the pilots, with one asking the other why he cut fuel to the engine. The other replies he didn't, only for those fuel supply switches to be switched back on. Now, both engines actually begin to restart, with one regaining thrust, but ultimately they couldn't save the doomed flight. Now, importantly, this report doesn't draw any conclusions. It doesn't make any recommendations to anyone using 787 Dreamliners in their fleet or the engines that it's equipped with. It does, however, provide some small amount of closure to those grieving families this morning, but there are still so many answers out there that they're still seeking.
She's being kicked off a flight for taking her dog out of its carry case.
Because my dog was on my lap.
Just grab your stuff and come.
My dog was sitting on my lap. I put him in the bag. He's in the bag.
Things escalate fast.
Because you couldn't let my dog sit on my lap.
Ma'am, let's go. Then another passenger chimes in.
I am! Shut the
With that, the belligerent passenger throws a bottle at the guy. The flight attendant, who's kept his cool, has had enough.
Nobody acting this way flies on a flight with us.
Okay, you.
The woman, identified as Anna Dugan, a bartender from Las Vegas, tells Inside Edition, "I am sorry that I got so upset. However, I felt like I needed to stick up for myself. I know I need to work on my emotions, but they weren't right either." The flight was headed to New York from Georgia. And check this out. As she leaves, she smashes one of the many cell phones recording her.
Police were called, but there were no arrests made. Different story for passengers on board a Delta flight from Omaha to Detroit. NBC confirming a man reportedly tried to open an exit row door mid-flight. on Thursday.
Yeah, guys, it was supposed to be a normal flight from Eppley Airfield in Omaha to Metro Airport in Detroit, of course, this morning, no doubt. And what you're about to watch is video of law enforcement removing a man from this plane in Cedar Rapids in Iowa. To kind of give you an idea, the flight was about a third of its way into the trip. And as you mentioned, NBC News confirms the Delta Airlines flight made an unscheduled stop in Cedar Rapids after a passenger tried to open an exit row door. Thankfully, passengers and crew quickly stepped in to stop the unruly passenger, who was arrested after the plane landed. And according to tracking site Flight Radar, the plane landed in Detroit about 3 hours behind schedule at around 10:30 last night. And this morning, we're also hearing from the Delta Connection flight operated by SkyWest Airlines, which released a statement reading in part, SkyWest has zero tolerance for unruly behavior, as safety for our customers and crew is our top priority.
A Jewish family was kicked off a flight because passengers claimed they smelled bad.
The manager's walking around sniffling. Oh, wow, it smells.
Yehuda Adler, along with his wife and their 19-month-old daughter, were removed from an American Airlines flight in Miami after multiple passengers and crew accused them of having body odor. The family says they were publicly humiliated and had no idea what was happening until they were escorted off the plane and told they couldn't reboard. Yehuda says he immediately asked people in the terminal if they could smell anything. He insists nobody smelled anything. The family believes they were targeted because of their religion. American Airlines stood by the decision, saying it followed policy after multiple passengers made complaints. The airline claimed it offered the family hotel accommodations, meal vouchers, and another flight the next day. But the Adlers weren't satisfied. They filed a lawsuit accusing American Airlines of religious discrimination, defamation, and emotional distress. Yehuda later told reporters there was no smell. They just looked at us and made a decision.
He was a man at the end of his rope, a fed-up flight attendant's bizarre behavior, and the way it appears that he ended his 20-year career is certainly raising some eyebrows this morning.
This is 39-year-old Stephen Slater leaving a New York police station Monday. He was picked up for what some are calling a flight attendant F-bomb meltdown. The JetBlue flight attendant got into an argument with a passenger during their arrival at New York's JFK Airport. Flight 1052 had just gotten in from Pittsburgh. That passenger wanted to retrieve her luggage from an overhead compartment as the plane was taxiing to the gate. While Slater was pleading with the woman to return her bag, the piece of luggage smacked him in the head. He asked for an apology. She refused. That's when witnesses say Slater lost it, telling off the entire plane, cursing at passengers from the intercom. His profanity-laced tirade ended with a quote, "I've been in this business for 28 years. I've had it. That's it." Slater swung open the plane's side door and rode the evacuation chute down to the tarmac. Port Authority police say Slater took off, hopped on the airport's AirTrain shuttle back to the parking lot, and drove home. That's where he was arrested. Slater faces criminal mischief and criminal trespass charges. He could get up to 7 years in prison if convicted.
Now at noon, disturbance on a flight from Atlanta to Arizona. A video is going viral of a woman being detained by another passenger.
Nicole Pruitt is no stranger to traveling by air, and she took the first chance she could get to hit the skies and meet her new grandson in Tucson. She says another passenger started trying to storm the cockpit and the main entrance of the plane.
She didn't want to be on the plane anymore. She said God told her to do it. She had a call in.
The 26-year Army veteran sprung into action, detaining the woman with her family in Tucson and late husband in the front of her mind.
Nobody else was doing nothing, so I just literally knew I had to do something.
On the ground in southern Arizona, her son and father of 3, Tyreek, was nervous, only getting bits and pieces of what exactly was happening as he waited at the airport. Millions of views and comments started pouring in, full of love and support for Nicole. We reached out to Delta Airlines and they told us, quote, Delta sincerely appreciates the actions of our crew and customers for de-escalating this situation. We apologize to our customers for the delay and thank them for their understanding. While they're glad everyone was safe, Nicole and Tyreek say the whole ordeal makes them see the world just a little bit differently.
Terror on the runway at Denver International Airport.
I just was briefed that there is a plane on fire.
Video shows fire and smoke billowing from under this American Airlines plane as 173 passengers and 6 crew on board were forced to evacuate using the aircraft's emergency slides on Saturday. Another video capturing what appears to be a tire coming apart from the plane and rolling away. Flight 3023 was scheduled to depart from Denver, bound for Miami. The airline saying the combination of blown tires and the deceleration of the aircraft resulted in a minor isolated brake fire. Passenger Mark Circus recorded this video of passengers running. Circus says the aircraft was speeding up prior to takeoff and that the pilot reacted quickly.
As soon as I heard the boom, he started braking because we were speeding up at the moment.
American Airlines saying one passenger was taken to the hospital with minor injuries. As tonight, the FAA says they're investigating.
The Transportation Secretary is reminding people, don't try to bring your luggage if something like this happens.
A Delta pilot was arrested on Friday right after landing a plane when federal officers stormed the cockpit. This one's a little confusing, so buckle in. On July 26th, Delta Flight 2809 took off from Minneapolis at 7:27 Central Time in a 757 and started heading west to San Francisco. At roughly 9:30 p.m. Pacific Time, the plane landed on runway 28 right after being delayed slightly, reportedly due to fog, and began taxiing to its gate. Once reaching said gate, the passengers witnessed something they never expected. Before anyone got off, roughly 10 officers, some of which were from the Department of Homeland Security, boarded the plane. According to one passenger, they, quote, stormed the cockpit, arrested one of the pilots, and took him off of the 757. Passengers also said the other pilot looked surprised and said he had, quote, no idea what just happened. Delta still hasn't released an official statement yet, and Homeland Security also hasn't given any details. Okay, it's a few hours after I recorded that. We have an update. Reportedly, the pilot was arrested on CP charges, which is absolutely disgusting. Hopefully he rots in prison.
These passengers are in revolt. A chorus of boos ring out as a woman is booted off the jet.
Shame on American.
It happened just before takeoff on an American Airlines flight from Phoenix to Portland, Oregon. After a flight attendant asked the passenger to find her seat, she claimed she didn't hear him. That's when she was ordered out of the plane.
I need to have you come off the aircraft.
You're so mean to me. I didn't do this. Gosh.
I'm sorry. I have to have you get off the
aircraft. Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh my God. I didn't even know he was talking to me. This can't be legal.
If you don't come off, I'm going to have to call the officers.
The other passengers expressed utter disbelief.
Oh my God.
Are you serious?
Wow. Well, that's the last time I saw him.
There was almost a mutiny going on there.
Passenger Bill Burns shot the video.
Based on what I saw, I don't think she should have been removed from the plane.
The passenger ended up leaving the aircraft in tears.
Ma'am, I know you weren't here for it.
Yeah,
I know you didn't see it.
You just lost a lot of customers.
A travel nightmare. A family says they were stranded at OIA after an airline damaged their mother's wheelchair.
I'm never flying again. Jeannie Estevez has multiple sclerosis, an autoimmune disease affecting her central nervous system. She's been wheelchair-bound for about 16 years now. When they landed, they found the entire control panel for Jeannie's wheelchair had been ripped clean off. Janelise Ojeda says she had to push her mom in the heavy, inoperable chair while trying to keep an eye on her 4-year-old son and deal with the luggage. They land in Orlando and find out the whole chair is broken. It's stuck on, it's moving around with a mind of its own. Once again, Spirit does not have a loaner Jeannie can take home. She wound up urinating on herself and sitting in it for hours while trying to get this sorted out. Tuesday, one finally arrives, but it isn't even close to meeting the standards Jeannie needs. Spirit Airlines never did say how exactly the wheelchair wound up damaged, but they told Fox 35 in a statement, "We apologize to our guests for the experience and have issued a refund for their Spirit flights. We are committed to safely transporting our guests and their mobility devices and are looking closely at our processes in this area to ensure the level of service being provided consistently meets our standards."
Gospel singer serenades passengers on a flight, but the flight attendant isn't having it.
Are you willing and able to be quiet right now?
I'm doing what the Lord is telling me to do.
The drama unfolded on a Delta flight getting ready for takeoff. There was a delay due to a maintenance issue, so the singer says she felt inspired to break out in song.
Are you able to be quiet?
But they're enjoying it.
Her name is Bobby Storm, and yes, she is a featured vocalist on the Grammy-nominated gospel album The Maverick Way. Grammy nomination or not, the flight attendant believes she's a disruption.
I'm your flight leader. I need you to follow my instruction.
Notably, none of the passengers respond.
If you're not able to follow my instruction, you will not be taking this flight.
The flight attendant walks away, and what happens next? Bobby Storm launches into her number. The incident is sparking a stormy debate. Many call her rude. This is one of the most egotistical things I've ever seen. It's narcissism. Others are showing support. Such grace. Sing away, lady.
Chaos on an American Airlines flight from Phoenix to San Francisco. A passenger gets caught vaping on the plane and then demands an apology from the flight attendant.
So the two got into a screaming match, and the passenger admits to vaping in the restroom, but says that he, quote, only took one puff. A video of the incident is now going viral. Take a look.
It's a hazardous
Sorry about that. I was actually sitting on the toilet. You were opening the door.
I don't care.
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
You can keep saying you're sorry, but I hear about
I got it. Yes, I got it. Did you put your hands on me? She just put her hands on me. Yes, she did. She put her hands on me. She tried to grab my phone. No, but yes, but she put her hands on me.
That was Peter Nugent. He posted the video to social media. American Airlines says that he was removed from the plane by police once that plane landed. It's not clear if any charges will be filed here. According to the FAA, smoking or vaping in an aircraft is a federal offense.
Our other top story today, an aggressive passenger on a flight from LAX to Salt Lake City. People on board calling him a, quote, loose cannon.
Passengers on that flight say it was just disturbing, it was surreal, and just downright bizarre at times. Watch as this belligerent passenger argues with a pilot on this American Airlines flight from LA to Salt Lake City. Once seated, the passenger appears to growl, snarl, and chew on his mask, visibly agitated. Dennis Bush was connecting through LA from Hawaii and started shooting this video after the first incident halfway through the flight, directed at a woman seated nearby.
He started saying that that wasn't her seat, that they didn't belong there.
Bush says the passenger then directed his anger toward the flight staff, repeatedly getting out of his seat to confront them.
Each time that he got up, you could just feel the anxiety in the whole cabin.
He says there were rumors swirling through the cabin about possibly diverting the flight, but learned that they were close enough to land as planned. Once the plane arrived at the gate, authorities calmly approached the passenger and took him away. Now, Dennis said the flight crew handled the whole thing professionally and calmly. We did reach out to American Airlines for more information on the suspect, that unruly passenger himself. We've not yet heard back.
We begin tonight with new details on an unruly passenger aboard a Southwest Airlines flight that was bound for Phoenix. That flight didn't even make it off the ground, turning back to the gate after a woman stripped completely naked and started cursing at the flight crew. At one point, passengers say she tried to get inside the cockpit.
Passengers on this Southwest flight couldn't believe what they were seeing.
This is getting crazy. Like, this is something that you see out of a movie.
A woman on the plane stripping completely naked. We spoke with one of those passengers who asked to remain anonymous. She said they had just boarded the plane in Houston and were about to leave for Phoenix when the woman, while fully dressed, walked to the front of the plane and started yelling.
I do remember her saying that she wanted to get off the flight.
The passenger also said she heard the woman yell that she was bipolar. The plane returned back to the gate, where another worker came in and covered the woman with a blanket before she took off.
The lady just runs out of the airplane, and who knows where she went.
Houston police said she was taken to a hospital for medical evaluation. At this time, she isn't facing any charges.
The airline passenger who says she was bumped from her seat to make room for a congresswoman.
I said, I want my seat back.
Teacher Jean Marie Simon says she had booked a first-class seat on a United Airlines flight from Houston to Washington, D.C. She showed us her boarding pass, United First Class, Seat 1A. But a United gate agent had a surprise as Simon waited to board.
She said, you've been wiped from the system. I can't even find your reservation.
The seat was given to a local congresswoman, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee. Simon ended up with a seat in Economy Plus.
I went up to the front of the plane and took a picture of Ms. Jackson Lee. And I turned to the flight attendant who had brought her on the plane and I said, I know who's in my seat and I know why.
The incident is making headlines. The congresswoman said she had nothing to do with Simon being bumped and added, since this was not any fault of mine, the way the individual continued to act appeared to be, upon reflection, because I was an African American woman, seemingly an easy target.
A United spokesperson said the airline did try to apologize, but the teacher says
That never happened.
What happened on board this airplane is causing a national firestorm. The dispute started over this guy's seat assignment that had reportedly been double booked on a Spirit Airlines flight about to leave Los Angeles for Dallas. Tyler Grasso shot the drama on his cell phone. Cops were called. That's when other passengers came to the defense of the guy in the white t-shirt.
We have witnesses this man wasn't causing any kind of problem. We have the flight attendants being rude.
There is this exchange, apparently with a flight attendant. Moments later, the passenger and his traveling companion were escorted from the plane. Other passengers couldn't believe what they were seeing and directed their anger at a flight attendant.
You know, that all of us get off.
Yep, 4 more passengers, 6 in total, all black, were escorted off the plane. No one was charged. Alexandria Wright is one of those kicked off.
Why is it that, 6 black people get kicked off the plane? It was ridiculous.
Spirit Airlines says in a statement that 4 passengers became unruly and were causing trouble with other passengers. The flight crew asked them to stop. When they did not, law enforcement was called and they were removed from the flight.
2 flights wasted! 2 flights! 2 flights! 3 planes!
Crazy moments caught on camera at Orlando International Airport. A woman kicks a Southwest Airlines worker, then smashes a computer screen. And now she's facing charges.
This viral video recorded by a passenger showing a woman who police say is Salamit Velez Rodriguez kick this gate agent in a pink shirt.
Oh, that's assault.
And then punch this computer monitor at a Southwest Airlines gate at Orlando International Airport.
People have gotten real crazy. That's wild.
But there's no reason to commit physical violence.
Thankfully, no other passengers were injured. According to an arrest report, Orlando police say Velez Rodriguez was upset when it came time to board a flight. Velez was asked to leave the jet bridge and was blocking the door to prevent access to the plane. It was after this that she became irate, police say.
And there's just no need for that. Be nice to your flight attendants and gate agents.
She's facing charges of battery, resisting an officer without violence, and criminal mischief.
That ear-piercing scream is an unruly child on a transatlantic flight to New York. The passengers describe an 8-hour flight from hell with non-stop and nerve-jangling screaming and fussing. They even covered their ears to drown out the 3-year-old. His mom was overheard telling flight attendants he has behavioral problems. Passenger Shane Townley shot the video.
She kind of looked like she was used to it. He was climbing all over the chairs. He was just screaming, would not let up. He was running up and down the aisles. There was nothing she could do.
Before the plane even took off from Germany, the child's mother could be heard asking a flight attendant to turn on the Wi-Fi so the child could be appeased with an iPad. She was also heard pleading, "Calm down, honey." The passengers sure were relieved when the flight finally landed at Newark International Airport after 8 hours of screaming. The worst flight ever happened in August, but the video just came to light today.
You need to come on this plane prepared because you know that the baby is going to start crying, passengers are going to get upset, but you need as a parent to actively be prepared for this.
Tips that could have prevented this nightmare flight.
A new Southwest Airlines policy for plus-size travelers is generating headlines. As of next year, the carrier will require those needing space beyond the armrest to purchase an extra seat. Now, they can submit the additional expense for a refund after their travel is complete, but that refund will only be granted if the flight was not full.
And if you look at the headlines, it's all talking about this, plus-size passengers. And that's because Southwest, their policy is it's a policy for customers of size. That's led to these high headlines. And really, there are other reasons that a passenger might need an extra seat. It doesn't necessarily have to do with the size of the passenger. So maybe a misstep here, because I did check in with the Canadian equivalent. I saw, Air Canada, WestJet. They also have policies for passengers who need an extra seat, and it is free in those cases. You do need a medical form. The medical form is available. I'm not suggesting it's a necessarily easy thing to do, but they don't run into the same kind of controversy here that Southwest has.
Police say 2 airport security officers from the Transportation Security Administration were caught on camera stealing from passengers. Florida's Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office has released surveillance footage showing 2 TSA employees allegedly stealing from people going through airport security screenings. According to the police report, the 2 would distract passengers as they were screened to steal monies from their belongings. Authorities say in this clip, one of the officers unzips a purse and notices cash in it. There are many trays of passenger belongings, but the officer keeps his hand on that particular tray as it's guided on the conveyor belt. He follows the tray the bag is in to the screening machine, then walks away, appearing, according to authorities, to put something in his pocket. In one incident, police say the pair stole $600. The two were arrested in July. One of the suspects was accepted into a deferred prosecution program that requires him to pay restitution to the alleged victims. The other suspect reportedly heads to trial next month.
This one has a lot of people up in arms. Two girls were trying to board a United flight in Denver when the gate agent stopped them, deeming their spandex leggings were inappropriate. The outrage began at Denver Airport Sunday when two girls were denied entry onto a United flight by the gate agent. The reason? They were wearing spandex leggings. Passenger Shannon Watts tweeting, "She's forcing them to change or put dresses on over leggings or they can't board. Since when does United police women's clothing?" United immediately responded, "We do have the right to refuse transport for passengers who are barefoot or not properly clothed." The reaction on social media, fast and furious. Since when are leggings inappropriate? Is United Airlines fashion police or misogynist? United later clarified the girls were traveling on the airline's PASS program, which provides free flights for relatives and friends of United employees. The airline told us it has stricter dress code requirements for these non-revenue passengers.
United's policy does seem a bit more sexist than other airlines.
This morning, in a newly filed lawsuit, 3 black men are suing American Airlines. They allege company employees appeared to remove all of them from a flight over a complaint about body odor.
This video at the center of a newly filed lawsuit against American Airlines appears to show a number of black men after they've been removed from a flight allegedly due to a complaint about offensive body odor. The lawsuit claims as Flight 832 from Phoenix to New York was finishing boarding in January, American employees removed 8 black men from the plane. They were not traveling together, weren't seated next to each other, did not know each other, and appeared to be the only black men on the flight. The lawsuit claims over the course of about an hour, the men were kept in the jetway and then moved to the gate area where they were told they'd be rebooked on another flight to New York later that day, and alleges an American employee indicated the complaint about offensive body odor had come from a white male flight attendant.
Just because of the color of my skin. Okay.
I do not disagree. American Airlines tells CBS News it takes all claims of discrimination very seriously and says in a statement, our teams are currently investigating the matter as the claims do not reflect our core values or our purpose of caring for people.
There's a saga unfolding on TikTok right now of 2 women who are on the wrong flight. They were going to Nice, France, but it looks like they bought tickets to Tunis, North Africa. And I cannot believe we're witnessing this. And even better, one of them is documenting the whole thing as they're both clearly on the wrong plane to a completely different continent than where they think they're going. And add to it, I think their names are Brittany and Hannah. So she's like, no, that's not where we're going, Brittany. So the last video I saw, they are on the flight figuring it out. And then the last video I saw, they're now at the airport trying to figure out how in the heck do they not go to Africa and in fact go to Nice, not Tunis. And we're watching all of this unfold almost in real time on TikTok. Lock in. We got a new series that just dropped.
The Miller family is sitting at home in Georgia instead of enjoying their vacation, all because they say Alaska Airlines would not let their 11-year-old son, Gabe, board because he is living with a disability. His mom, Tamara Miller, told WGCL,
I've always worried that Gabe would face discrimination sometime in his life. Cognitively, he's about a 3-year-old.
Gabe was born with a rare genetic disorder limiting his speech and intellectual abilities. He'd been looking forward to the trip and was vocalizing it pretty loudly. The Millers say that led to staff making the Millers wait by the door while other passengers boarded. Then they say they were told.
The supervisor said that the captain said if he's this bad on the ground, he's going to be 10 times worse in the air.
According to the Millers, the captain never even stopped to ask them why Gabe was making the noises.
Something needs to change in their training and their communication to their employees on how to handle and to accommodate people with disabilities.
Flight attendant at the center of a nasty confrontation is under suspension today by American Airlines. It happened on a flight from San Francisco to Dallas. We have seen the video, the airline says. The flight attendant has been removed from duty while we immediately investigate this incident. But the flight attendants' union is expressing some degree of support for the man. We don't know all of the facts related to a passenger who became distraught while boarding a plane, and therefore neither the company nor the public should rush to judgment. You see the woman, reportedly a citizen of Argentina, sobbing as she holds her baby. According to fellow passengers, she was struck in the face after the flight attendant forcibly took her baby stroller and almost hit the baby by accident. Things escalate dramatically.
Hey, bud, you do that to me and I'll knock you flat. Stay out of
Another flight attendant tries to calm everyone down, but the tension flares up again. In the statement, American Airlines says, "What we see on this video does not reflect our values or how we care for our customers. We are deeply sorry for the pain we have caused this passenger and her family."
This is Ivanka Trump looking rattled after an angry passenger accosted her on a commercial flight, telling her, "Your father is ruining the country."
Apparently, one passenger was hurling insults at Ivanka Trump.
Ivanka was traveling to Hawaii with her husband, Jared, and other family members. Goldstein's spouse, college professor Matthew Lassner, tweeted a play-by-play of the confrontation. Ivanka and Jared at JFK flying commercial, my husband chasing them down to harass them. Then, Ivanka and Jared on our flight. My husband expressed displeasure in a calm tone. JetBlue staff overheard and they kicked us off the plane. He also posted the photo of Ivanka. Ivanka just before JetBlue kicked us off our flight, when a flight attendant overheard my husband expressing displeasure about flying with Trumps. JetBlue provided this statement. If the crew determines that a customer is causing conflict on the aircraft, the customer will be asked to deplane. In this instance, our team worked to reaccommodate the party on the next available flight. Looks like the holiday season is off to a bumpy start for Ivanka. It was the worst flight ever for this mom and her toddler son.
I was surprised, shocked, worried, scared.
Shirley Yamauchi bought two $969 tickets on United Airlines. One seat for her, the other seat for her son, Taizo. So imagine her surprise when a United Airlines flight attendant told the passenger that her son's seat was being given away and he'd have to sit in her lap for the entire 3.5-hour flight from Houston to Boston.
What was that flight like for you with your child on your lap for that whole time?
He's 25 pounds. I'm 5'2". He's waist high on me. I couldn't change his diaper. I couldn't.
Shirley, a 7th grade teacher who was on her way to a conference, says she was too scared to make a fuss.
Did you think that something bad could happen to you if you spoke up?
Of course, being Asian American, I was worried and scared for my safety.
United issued a statement. On a recent flight from Houston to Boston, we inaccurately scanned the boarding pass of Ms. Yamauchi's son. We deeply apologize to Ms. Yamauchi and her son for this experience. We are refunding their tickets and providing compensation as a goodwill gesture.
So you're not satisfied with what United's offered?
I'm very disappointed.
When this businessman watched that now notorious video seen around the world, he was even more shocked than the rest of us, and with good reason. Financial advisor Jeff Ferns was on his way back from Hawaii to LA on a United flight. Jeff Ferns was already in his seat waiting to take off when he says a flight attendant told him he had to get out of first class. Why? Because the first class cabin was full, and someone else identified as a high priority passenger was being given his place. At first, he gave the same answer as Dr. David Dow, the passenger in the now notorious video.
She got very peremptory at that point, and it was, if you're not going to give your seat voluntarily, I'll summon security and I'll have you escorted off the plane.
In handcuffs?
In handcuffs.
Ferns gave up his seat.
Had you said no one more time, you would have been forcibly removed.
They indicated that's exactly what was going to happen, and I believe they were serious.
Ferns wrote United Airlines the next day, complaining about the threats made by the gate agent in an effort to intimidate me into giving up my seat.
United told us in a statement they're sorry for Mr. Ferns' travel experience, adding they are training their employees on how to handle similar situations.
The Costco guys just got swatted and arrested. So as you guys can see in this clip, They just got taken away by police. And the whole reason for this is because the Costco guys went boom on the plane, as you can see leading up to this, where they actually met David Dobrik on here, and this is who caught it. So someone noticed them, and what they said was, and so obviously everyone on the plane freaked out. And so next thing you know, they are getting taken away by the police and arrested. There's a lot of people saying, I don't understand how these two ever got famous, because I mean, they're literally just committing crimes now. While some are saying this probably isn't real and y'all know it, but like it did look pretty real to me. And I don't think that you can just impersonate police on a plane. Like this is literally on an airlines, guys. Like this wasn't made up. But honestly, this whole thing is terrifying and I really wonder what happened to Big Justice.
This airline passenger says she fell asleep during a flight and woke up to find herself totally alone at midnight on the cold, locked up plane.
It was completely pitch black. I thought, this is a nightmare. This is not happening.
Tiffany O'Brien says she was full on panicking on the plane, which was parked far from the terminals. When she realized she was trapped on board, she texted a friend. I just woke up alone in plane. OMG. The friend replied, what? Nobody woke you up? Can you get off? Tiffany texted back, no, the door shut. OMG. I'm stuck by myself alone on plane.
And then my phone died.
Her friend says she called the airport.
I said her plane just landed 2 hours ago. She texted me that she just woke up. I said, I don't know what's going on, but she's at the airport.
She fumbled around in the pitch dark and made her way to the front of the aircraft and actually entered the cockpit.
I'm so scared that I'm going to touch something that's wrong, but I knew I had to do something. And I found the flashlight and I was so happy. That was like the best moment ever.
Tiffany says she got the cabin door open and used the flashlight to signal a baggage handler on the tarmac.
People requesting wheelchairs who don't actually need them to get through security and to board the flights.
Christy Herrero, who has now left the industry, has seen her share of airports, long lines, and people who request wheelchairs and might not actually need them.
They want them in the beginning of the flight so that they don't have to stand in line at security. They can be the first person to board the airplane if it's an airline that has open seating.
Because of the 1986 Air Carrier Access Act, which states airlines are required to provide assistance with boarding, deplaning, and making connections, airlines offer the chairs to anyone who requests them, and proof of disability is not required.
Would you say it is abused?
Yes, I would say it's abused the same way the service animals are abused.
Herrero says the practice is so common it even has names among flight attendants, including Miracle Flights and Jetway Jesus. But she says the telltale sign is the number of empty wheelchairs at an arriving flight.
They get up and they walk off the plane.
It is the story that got the nation talking. A blind man confronted on a flight. Passengers walking off the plane in protest.
Last Wednesday from Philadelphia to Long Island, New York. She sat next to Albert Rizzi on that flight. He lost his vision 8 years ago because of meningitis. The flight attendant asked Rizzi to stow his guide dog Doxy under the seat, but where he was sitting in the back row, he didn't have a seat in front of him.
So I said, well, the dog can come under my seat.
Mary says the dog only came out to put his head between Albert's feet, never roaming the aisles. She says the flight attendant approached 2 more times, not offering to help, just barking the same orders. 45 minutes on the tarmac, and Albert was then escorted off the flight.
What broke my heart is I heard Albert say, am I the only one getting off the plane?
Minutes later, the nearly 30 passengers walked into the terminal behind him, saying they wouldn't fly without Albert and Doxy.
And U.S. Airways did release a statement after the incident saying, quote, Mr. Rizzi became disruptive and refused to comply with crew members' instructions when the flight attendant asked him to secure his service dog at his feet. The airline is reviewing how the situation was handled.
We've all been there, trapped on a plane with a crying baby. Most of us put on headphones and hope the baby just falls asleep. But on this Southwest flight, one passenger had a total meltdown.
That's the sound of a baby crying on a plane and a grown man acting like an even bigger baby.
The angry passenger yells, trying to quiet the baby.
The tirade is unfolding on a Southwest flight from Baltimore to Orlando. Passengers say the man started screaming obscenities after the baby had been crying for about 35 minutes.
Flight attendants try to reason with the passenger. Other passengers chime in, but it just gets worse.
You would shut up!
Mark Grabowski recorded the video.
No, initially, myself and a few of the passengers tried to calm the man down. He just kind of doubled down and kept at it.
The woman traveling with the angry passenger looks mortified. He's still yelling, even as passengers deplane. Cops greet the man at the airport, and later he walks away with them, showing it doesn't pay to have a tantrum over a fussy baby.
Southwest praised the crew for their professionalism in such challenging situation and apologized to the other passengers.
In the airline business, seniority matters. Flight attendants who've logged many miles get their pick of routes, and that one now fired flight attendant suspects may have been a factor in her dismissal. She also thinks her age had something to do with it.
It's not nice.
This 79-year-old Delta flight attendant says she was fired out of the blue because of her age. Ida Gomez-Llanos says during her 57 years of service, she earned praise from the airline for her exemplary work. She says she didn't have a single sick day in the last 30 years. So why was she abruptly let go?
Did somebody actually claim that you took a carton of milk from the airplane and that's a reason to fire you?
That was only part of it.
Ida says she became the target of a smear campaign by coworkers who were jealous about her $250,000 a year salary.
She is a hardworking, wonderful woman.
And now because of her age, she feels she's being put out to pasture.
I've been there 57 years and I never did anything to be fired for.
Ms. Llanos is suing Delta for unlawful discrimination. The airline says the firing was appropriate and lawful, adding it's not because of her age, but because she committed numerous policy violations.
The argument started on board a plane
Stop, please.
And then got really heated after it spilled into the terminal. At the center of it all, this service dog, a Great Dane. The drama began on board the Frontier Airlines flight from Colorado Springs to Orlando. As everyone waited to get off, this deaf passenger accused another passenger of punching his service dog. His fiancée, who is 5 months pregnant, is also deaf. The tension continued on the jetway as the passengers disembarked. A Frontier Airlines gate agent intervened. Then the passengers were allowed into the terminal, and that's when all hell broke loose. Now both sides are speaking out to Inside Edition.
He jumped me.
Tim Manley says he never punched the dog. He says he was concerned the Great Dane might have aggravated his wife's allergies.
I did, actually. I already did apologize to them, but it wasn't accepted.
But the deaf passenger, Matthew Silve, says Manley punched the dog as well as his fiancée.
I was upset, and I was upset about my dog. I felt like it was disrespectful to my dog, and I was standing up for my dog.
Mind your mother business.
I would hate to be your daughter and have to go home with you.
This is the moment an entitled passenger caused chaos on a Frontier Airlines flight after refusing to move, blocking others from exiting. Passengers were left frustrated when the woman insisted her child walk down to her, holding up the already delayed flight even longer.
What is wrong with you? I would hate to be your daughter and have to go home with you. No wonder she's back.
Grab our suitcase, please.
Wait inside.
You know what? You need to be real careful, because I haven't said anything to you. I haven't said anything to you all.
A flight attendant attempted to calm the situation down, but was met by the woman's extreme behavior.
I'm sorry, but
nobody said nothing to you. And you're not the problem solver.
This is my
You are not the problem solver. You are not the problem solver.
No, but you are the problem. You're the problem.
No, you are the problem. No, she answered.
Eventually, the irate woman let the other passengers get off the plane, making it a flight they will not forget.
Thanks.
Thank you, man.
Get the hell out
Thank
of
you.
here.
That's the best solution. Go ahead, man.
Stop. Chaos at the airport as police take two unruly sisters into custody. The sisters, sunburned after a Florida vacation, were ordered off a Frontier Airlines flight because they appeared to be drunk. Cops at Orlando International found a stricken gate agent sprawled across the jetway.
She pushed me and then turned around, and then the sister came up and shoved me again, which I tripped over a Liz.
Cops arrested 22-year-old Kiera Lyons without too much trouble. But when her 31-year-old sister Mara saw her sibling being taken away, she had a major meltdown.
Are you
She was also arrested and struggled with cops as both handcuffed sisters were placed in a patrol car. Charges were later dropped. And with all the talk about the government shutdown and delays at airports across the USA due to a shortage of air traffic controllers, some passengers are still managing to cause chaos all by themselves.
Imagine being kicked off a plane while your children are fast asleep, no warning, no nothing, no explanation. Watch this.
This is my kids are sleeping and I've been waiting. I need to up with them. Why? Are you sure? I need to sleep with you on my. Why? I need to wake my brother up. I need to. No, this is really wrong. Absolutely not. I need to talk to somebody. The answer is right here.
I can't do that. That I will have to bring OPD.
So, why was she kicked off the plane? She simply asked why the flight was delayed. A mother travelling with her kids was suddenly told to leave. No clear reason, no disruption. According to the flight attendant, the police were outside waiting for her. Passengers were shocked and people stuck up for this woman. Instead of answers, she was forced off the plane and other people were given her seat. Now imagine this was you, travelling alone with your kids. They're exhausted and they're sleeping. You've done everything right. You just ask a simple question. Tell me what you think in the comments because this just doesn't sit right with me.
Things get tense after a family of 5 is booted from a plane. The mom says it started when her year-old baby girl kicked at the seat in front of her.
What they did to us was just no family should ever go through that.
Mandy Ifra, her husband, and their 3 daughters were coming home from a wedding when they boarded a JetBlue flight from Fort Lauderdale to JFK Airport in New York. Mandy says it all started when her 1-year-old daughter was getting fussy just before takeoff and was kicking the seat in front of her. Mandy says she apologized to that passenger and that the passenger simply changed seats. Mandy says she thought that was the end of it. But Mandy says, much to her surprise, a JetBlue supervisor stepped in.
What I need you guys to do is come with me outside the plane.
First, I resisted because I didn't hear from him an explanation. He didn't give me a reason to why I was being kicked off the flight.
Why? I want a reason. Why? I have the right to know why.
JetBlue tells Inside Edition there is another side to this story. After a verbal altercation that included physical threats and profanities against a nearby customer, the customers were not removed due to the actions of their children.
Absolutely nothing happened. I don't know why they feel like they have to take it this far. It's so sad.
At the center of this mid-air chaos is an out-of-control 11-year-old boy who reportedly has special needs. Passengers on an American Airlines flight from Hawaii to LA restrained the youngster when he became disruptive. You can see the flight attendant coming down the aisle with what now seems to be standard equipment: duct tape. The duct tape was never used. Instead, zip ties were used to restrain the boy. The plane made an emergency landing in Honolulu, where he was taken off. This comes after that wild moment on a Frontier Airlines flight last week when a passenger was duct taped after allegedly groping 2 flight attendants. Now the FAA, fed up with all these violent incidents, is posting memes to politely warn young people that they need to be on their best behavior when flying. "Don't make me turn this plane around," goes this meme. The caption, "It can cost you $35,000 or worse. Jail time. Do you really want to spend your vacation in jail?"
Tonight, chaos on an Air China flight after a fire sparked by a lithium battery broke out mid-air, according to the airline. You can see the flames coming out of this carry-on bag in an overhead compartment, smoke filling the cabin, and then flight attendants quickly responding. The flight from Hangzhou, China to Seoul Saturday was diverted to Shanghai. Air China saying in a statement the battery spontaneously combusted, adding that no one was injured. This just the latest terrifying battery fire on airplanes. In January, a portable power bank was believed to have started the fire that engulfed this Air Busan plane and injured 7 people. And look at this video from 2023. Flight crew poured water on a carry-on backpack after a battery caught fire while boarding. Experts say lithium-ion batteries can overheat and go into what's called thermal runaway. It's why the FAA doesn't allow them in checked luggage, and why Southwest recently became the first U.S. airline to require passengers keep power banks and portable charging devices in plain sight while in use during a flight.
We now know the identity of the passenger who was dragged off the plane in that shocking video.
Oh my God!
And yes, he is a doctor. His name is Dr. David Dow. He is a refugee from Vietnam and now lives in Elizabethtown, Kentucky. He's a lung specialist. The shocking video of Dr. Dow has gone worldwide. He was knocked unconscious, then dragged down the aisle with his face bloodied. Why? Get this. He was bumped to make room for a United Airlines employee. It happened just before takeoff on a United flight from Chicago to Louisville. The plane was overbooked and 4 United employees needed seats.
I have to go home.
He ran back on the plane shouting. You can see blood coming from his mouth. And at that point, every passenger was ordered off. Social media has lit up, and United Airlines is receiving a lot of mockery. United is proud to announce the new club class, Fight Club. United Airlines CEO Oscar Munoz is coming under fire for what some see as his tone-deaf letter he sent to all United employees. He called the passenger disruptive and belligerent and praised the staff for going above and beyond.
There is uproar today after an out-of-control passenger accused of groping the flight attendants was duct taped to his seat and the airline suspended the flight crew. At first, Frontier Airlines suspended the crew, saying in a statement, "Unfortunately, the proper policies for restraining a passenger were not followed. As a result, the flight attendants involved have been suspended pending further investigation." But the flight attendants union accused the airline of a knee-jerk reaction. Management should be supporting the crew, not suspending them.
Frontier Airlines now says the crew has been suspended, but with pay while the investigation continues, and that it's seeking the prosecution of the passenger involved.
We're now learning more about the 22-year-old suspect, identified as Maxwell Berry. Passenger Alfredo Rivera shot this video.
Shut up! He kept screaming and cursing. In my opinion, they did a very good job.
Berry was charged with 3 counts of battery and is now speaking out on Twitter denying he groped anyone. This will forever be the most dehumanizing experience in my entire life. I was treated like livestock.
A U.S. Navy sailor trying to fly to L.A. says a gate agent wouldn't let him board his flight unless he paid her off.
Tonight, Frontier Airlines says it's investigating his claims of an alleged shakedown.
I was like, man, this is crazy. I actually get up in the morning, fight for this country, work hard, I break my back, you know what I'm saying, and I come back home to things like this.
DeMonte Roach says he was waiting to board his flight to LAX from Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport on Veterans Day when he says his flight got delayed at the gate. Roach denies he was late. He claims the agent told him if he wanted to get on, he'd have to send her $50 to her personal Money app account.
In her words, I don't give a damn what you're in. Give me my money.
He says he was able to board after pretending he was going to pay up. Roach claims another agent said the price was usually $150, but since he was military, they would only charge $50. We reached out to Frontier Airlines. A spokesman told us, "We take these accusations very seriously and are investigating them fully. We appreciate this customer bringing the situation to our attention and have provided a full refund for his reservation as well as a voucher for future travel."
Also in the news here today, trouble before takeoff when a passenger takes a swing at a flight attendant on board that airplane. Officials say it started with that passenger not following the rules and it would escalate into a flight fight.
The friendly skies not so friendly Monday night. A confrontation between a Delta flight attendant and a female passenger turning violent. Things getting heated aboard Flight 1997. The plane was headed to Atlanta from Miami Monday night. Cell phone cameras rolling after the couple was asked to deplane following their refusal to follow the flight crew's instructions prior to takeoff. The passengers getting confrontational as they gathered their belongings. The woman strikes the flight attendant, accusing her of touching her. Other passengers and crew members eventually separate the two, and the couple is removed. Delta telling 7 News in a statement in part, quote, "We do not tolerate violence of any kind, and this situation is currently under investigation. That's why 2 customers who did not comply with crew safety instructions were asked to deplane."
An Orange County woman got quite a surprise when her pre-booked seat on a United flight was given away for no other reason than she was a woman.
As a million-mile flyer, this Coto de Caza mom thought she'd seen it all until a gate agent handed her a new boarding pass just before she got on a United flight to Houston last Monday.
He said, "This is your new seat."
And I said, excuse me? And he said, I don't know how to tell you this. And so I said, yes. And he said, the two gentlemen seated next to you have cultural beliefs that prevent them from sitting next to, talking to, or communicating with females.
Mary Campos was shocked.
I thought I lived in a culture where females were equal to men.
She wrote a letter to the CEO of United Airlines. She got a reply that said United would look into it. She didn't hear from them again. But we did. Tonight, a United Airlines representative wrote, "We regret that Ms. Campos was unhappy with the handling of the seat assignments on her flight. Campos was told the men were Pakistani monks wearing orange long shirts. She says the female flight crew were not allowed to serve them."
We can't discriminate against half of the population for a belief from another nation.
Imagine watching airline workers spill your medication out into the trash.
This passenger is about to leave a small carry-on bag behind as he boards his flight in New Orleans. You can see it right there on the counter. Keon Brooks called Spirit Airlines as soon as he landed in Los Angeles.
I spoke to a Spirit Airlines manager, and basically he hung up on me.
But that wasn't good enough for Brooks. He says he was 100% positive that he left his bag at the counter, and he knew there had to be surveillance footage that would prove him right. In the video, you can see another passenger pointing out the bag. A gate agent starts going through it. And look, passengers are still boarding. An agent takes the bag to another gate. Then she starts rifling through it. What happens next will shock you. She walks to the trash can and starts dramatically tossing in the contents. She appears to read a medication bottle. Then you see her pouring the pills out. The rest of the bag is dumped. The agent appears to fish keys out of the trash, but then chucks them back in.
Look at the state of humanity. What are we doing to one another?
Brooks said Spirit Airlines told him they're investigating and that the gate agents have been suspended.
It is the air travel dispute that's got everyone talking. If your seat reclines, do you need to ask permission of the person behind you?
The woman whose seat was turned into a punching bag mid-flight is speaking out today. And new video is emerging of the incident showing that the male passenger not only punched the seat, but also hit it with his open hands like he was playing the bongos. It happened on a flight from New Orleans to Charlotte when Wendy Williams reclined her seat shortly after takeoff. How did this start?
The man behind me asked me to not recline it while he ate. It's something he brought on the plane.
After he was done with his meal, she says she reclined the seat again. Williams says she summoned a flight attendant, hoping to de-escalate the situation. She was even issued this passenger disturbance notice that reads, "You should immediately cease if you wish to avoid prosecution and your removal from this aircraft."
She said, "I'm not dealing with you anymore," handed me that, and threatened to have me escorted off the plane.
The viral video is the talk of the airwaves.
So then it's going to be a federal offense, and then you and your wife will be in jail, and your kids will be.
It happened again. A family booted off an overbooked flight to make room for other passengers.
What are we supposed to do once we're off this plane?
And get this, a flight attendant actually said their kids would be taken away if they didn't surrender their seats. It happened on board a Delta Airlines flight from Hawaii to Los Angeles. Brian Shear and his wife Brittany were returning from vacation with their infant son and daughter when they were told to give up one of the seats. Brian had actually bought a seat for his teenage son. The teenager took an earlier flight. The family used that seat for their 2-year-old. Apparently, that switch gave the airline an excuse to take the seat back and give it to a standby passenger. A flight attendant actually suggested they take their infant son out of his car seat and sit on mom or dad's lap for the duration of the flight. It was midnight, and the family was stranded.
I got 2 infants and my wife who have nowhere to stay. There's no more flights. What are we supposed to do, sleep in the airport? No.
Yep, she actually said, "You guys are on your own."
And as we're leaving the plane, there's 4 or 5 passengers that are waiting for our seat. The bottom line is they oversold the flight.
Tonight, the place where 3 women found themselves stranded after they got bumped off their flight.
They were complete strangers until they were seated together on AirTran Flight 1451 to White Plains, New York. These women were buckled in at Palm Beach International Airport ready to take off when they say a male flight attendant began mishandling some overhead baggage.
I said, hey, I have breakables in that.
But Marilyn Miller says she was ignored. Passenger Carol Gray also had a problem and requested help from the same flight attendant. Miller and Gray say this attendant, captured on a cell phone camera, was getting angry and threatened to throw them both off of the plane. The women say 2 sheriff's deputies and some airline staffers arrived to take them away. That's when passenger Karen Shore spoke up.
And I said, "This is crazy. They didn't do anything. Why are you doing this to them?" And he said, "Throw her off too."
3 passengers that say the airline should better select the people calling the shots in the air.
Now, AirTran and parent company Southwest Airlines have yet to respond to our request for comment on this.
This airline passenger was waiting to board a flight when she received a strange text on her cell phone. "Hey, Ashley, how are you?" 34-year-old Ashley Barno didn't recognize the phone number. Moments later came this: "You are looking very gorgeous in that gray top today." Ashley says her anxiety grew when the man texting her claimed to work for American Airlines. He said his name was Ahmad. It was about to get even creepier after Ashley boarded her flight from San Diego to Chicago. Yep, he was on board the same plane. "You want to sit next to me?" Ahmad asked. "What's your seat number?" Ashley says she'd had enough. She texted back, "Not okay, not cool." "Okay, it's up to you, but friendship with me will be very beneficial for you. I can always give you good seats, access to the lounges, and free flights too." In total, Ashley says she received, get this, 100 texts from him during the 4-hour flight, including sexually suggestive images. Ashley Barno says she showed the text messages to a flight attendant who recognized the American Airlines employee and told Ashley this wasn't the first time he'd done this. When the plane landed in Chicago, he was escorted off.